I call to order the regular meeting of the Lakewood City Council on August 25th at 7:08 p.m. To connect with the council meeting online, please use one of the following links at lakewoodspeaks.org or lakewood.org/council videos. For online public comments, you may post comments of any length to lakewoodspeaks.org. That is our online forum for public comments. We are leaving that forum open through tonight's meeting and until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Anyone who would like to address the city will be given the opportunity several times throughout the evening, depending on what you're here to speak to us about. The first will be general public comment that will come up here in just a couple of minutes. Then, along with agenda items this evening that have public hearings, you will also have the opportunity to speak with that as well. Will the clerk please start us off by calling the roll?
Strom.
Here.
LeBure.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Cruz K.
Here.
Mayak Guerrero.
Here.
Sharazai.
Here.
Sinks.
Here.
Cruz I.
Here.
Lowe.
Here.
Furman.
Here.
Nystrom.
Here.
You have a quorum, Mayor
Okay.
Tom.
Thank you very much. And for those who are able to join me to stand, I'd ask you now to please do so for the Pledge of Allegiance. Once done, we'll remain standing for a moment of silent prayer or reflection. All members of the City Council have the responsibility to comply with the terms of Charter 7.2B and excuse themselves from voting on any matter in which they determine they have a personal, financial, or business interest. The City Council is empowered by Charter 7.2B to agree by unanimous vote, excluding the member at issue, to excuse any member of the council from voting on a matter in which they determine such member has a personal, financial, or business interest. All right, so this is the first point in tonight's meeting where the public is invited to address the City Council. This one is for items that are not on the agenda. This initial period of public comment allows for up to 10 speakers to provide comment on any matter other than an agenda item and will prioritize those with special needs. Speaking during this initial period of public comment does require signing up to speak with the city clerk in advance of the meeting. There is no pooling of time during this initial comment period. The goal of public comment is to create an environment that welcomes all stakeholders to share their thoughts and concerns. Whether your comments are left on Lakewood Speaks or here in Chambers, I ask that all comments be directed to the City Council, that anyone in attendance or online respect the decorum of council chambers and practice civility. And so that every speaker may be heard, I ask that everyone here in Chambers refrain from applause or any audible support or discourse with the speaker. Also, if you have a sign, I appreciate you guys having the signs with you this evening, but we will ask it needs to be down so that it is not blocking anyone behind you. For anyone who in the audience that may be uncomfortable speaking in public, whether you sign up ahead and change your mind or you want to go ahead and just put something on lakewoodspeaks.org, that is open and available to anybody that is in the room tonight as well. So please feel free to go to lakewoodspeaks.org. You just select the meeting, tonight's meeting, pick the date of the meeting. You'll have the opportunity to go in on different parts of the agenda, add comments there. That is, while I'm talking about it, also the place to go to learn or get more backup information on any of the items that we're voting on this evening. And again, that will be open until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Please note that no campaigning is allowed during public comment. Per Lakewood's campaign finance law, city resources are not able to be used for campaigning, and that includes tonight's meeting. If you are speaking and have any handouts that you would like to share with the council, please provide them directly to our city clerk, and they will be distributed to council after this evening's meeting. The purpose of this time tonight, public comment will say that spans several options or several events through the evening, is really for us to hear from you. This is a listen-only session. If you would like to engage in a conversation with your counselors or staff or myself, you may do so via phone, scheduled office visits, or an email. For those who are planning to speak tonight, when you arrive up front, this is where you'll come up here to the lectern. Please start by stating your name and your address, or your name and your ward, and then we will get the clock started. Everyone will have the opportunity to speak for up to 3 minutes. If you look around the room tonight, you'll see that we have a lot of community members that are here to speak about something that is very important to them. We also have a full agenda. Within our policies and procedures, the latter portion of our general public comment is not a guarantee. So to respect everyone's desire to be heard and to do everything that I can to make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak tonight that wants to, I am going to need to hold the line pretty tight on our 3 minutes speaking. I will also ask that when we come up, if you could, we're gonna have person number 1 speaker here, and then I'll ask for the next, I'll give everybody a couple of names, and then if you can line up over here and we can have the transition a little bit more quickly and efficiently, again, to make sure that we hear everybody that has come tonight that wants to say something. That also is an opportunity for me to do another plug to please find a seat if you're standing up, because we are going to have a lot of movement around the room as people are getting up and trying to find their seats after they speak. Again, we've got a few seats that are still available here. We've got a few of them in the middle also, several of them in a row if we've got a group. And then there are seats available out in the atrium. So please, I ask, find a seat. I really appreciate you doing that. And with that, I will go ahead and start calling the names tonight for our initial portion of the general public comment. So when I call your name, first person up comes to the lectern, name and address, or name and ward, and we'll get your 3 minutes started. And then persons 2 and 3, if you could please stand over here by Counselor Nystrom on the end, and then we'll give you directions as we go. And thank you, everybody, for your patience and your flexibility tonight as we move through this. So first up, I have to speak Alexei Fernandez, then Z. Williams, and then Amanda Phillips. Alexei does not appear to be here, so Z. Williams, you are up.
Thank you, Council. My name is Z. Williams. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a resident of Ward 2. Truth is the root of accountability. Truth is the doorway to oversight. Without truth, there is no reconciliation. Without truth and transparency, there is no accountability. Council folks, tonight you have an opportunity to advance a policy, an agenda item 10A, to create accountability for one of the most powerful institutions in our city, the Lakewood Police Department. I know it can be uncomfortable to ask people that you may have to work with for transparency, accountability, and oversight. But Jax is why you must. Jax's story and handling of her case has shown time and time again that the police require oversight. Just this week, I was held in a questioning room when a sergeant misgendered me after a tense meeting about a dead trans woman, about Jax Graton. There must be an external body, not a grieving mother, not a community, to create transparency, to ensure that these harms are addressed. Jax's mom and I talk every single day, and she tells me that I'm brave. It's one of the best things that anyone's ever told me. And I want to invite you all to earn that title, for Jax Graton's mom to email you and tell you that you are brave, because it will change your world. It might feel hard to be brave, but it's important. It's important to have these conversations about policing, about community, about safety. It might make your work tense, It might be challenging. It might require you to do something no one else has done before, but it's worth it. Every movement that has changed the world in history has required people that have something to lose to choose to do something, even if they do it imperfectly, even if they're the first people in the world to do it. And those people have changed the moral trajectory of the world that we live in. You have a chance to do that now. There's a room of brave trans people here who often tell me that they're afraid to speak, afraid to be seen, afraid to be known, because they fear retaliation for even coming into this room. We are tired. Trans people are exhausted. We are hopeless. You have a chance to do something incredible, but that requires you to be brave, to not follow a written path, to not take something easy, but to insist for what is right. And that is an oversight body with actual jurisdiction and with the full ability to compel the truth from the Lakewood Police Department. Long live Jax Greton.
Thank you. Okay, remember, I asked for no applause. Please, you guys, let's keep the meeting on track. If we have to recess, we leave the opportunity to hear voices. So let's keep moving. I'd ask you to please, no clapping, no audible. Ms. Phillips, you're up.
Hi, Council. I'm Amanda Phillips of Southeast Denver. I'm Jax Greton's neighbor. I have the honor again of reading her mother's, Sherilyn Greton Kemmis's letter to you. From the moment Jax was born, she was always Jax, painting her toes, trying on my jewelry, dressing up, and asking me to dress up too. She named her baby sister Marilyn Monroe. When she came out, it wasn't a surprise or a hard moment. It was the truth. I filed a missing persons report on April 25th, 2025 for my amazing, creative, and delightful daughter, Jax Greton. My life has changed so much since then. Trauma and grief color every day from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep. I wonder if Jax knew how loved she was. I ask you, was she scared? Did she scream? Did anyone hear her? Did the men with her understand how precious she was to so many? Why didn't anyone help her? How did this happen? Each day I check my phone and find dozens of messages. They're from trans women saying they've lived in fear of having the same fate as my daughter. Parents of trans people, child and adult alike, write devastated at the idea their beloved children are doomed to the same fate. Trans people tell me about being taunted, abused, assaulted, and ignored. They tell me about abuse from police, even sexual assault from police. I did not choose to be an advocate. I chose to be a parent. I was a mother who loved my kids so dearly. I juggled single parenting and work so I could spend every precious moment with my children. When school went back to session, I was so sad that I didn't get to see them anymore. I was forced to be an advocate when Jax was gone for 2 months, when she was dead named, when the Lakewood police treated my daughter like garbage and me like a burden. I wish this role on no one, yet I will carry it. We need oversight. We need oversight for Jax. We need it for every trans person afraid and for every trans parent lying awake at night. You can't imagine having a daughter as amazing as mine and losing her, but you can honor her for how she lived, brave, bold, and committed to a better world. Independent oversight now for Jax.
Thank you. All right, next we have Jamie Frederick, then Katrina Whitehead, and then Joan Poston.
Hello, my name is Jamie Frederick. My pronouns are they, she, and I'm here again today to push for independent oversight. I've said those words to you all a few times now. I know you've heard them, but I urge you to keep listening. Independent oversight is essential in reducing the harm to my community and many others. And for independent oversight to be effective, it must have subpoena power. It must be able to provide transparency to the community. Only then does it have the chance to overcome the blue wall of silence. Only then does it have the ability to provide accountability. I spoke before about why it is so incredibly important for oversight to be independent, how it would cause further harm and distrust for it not to be. This is the same. Without subpoena power, oversight would become hollow, not able to answer the questions of the community transparently and unable to provide true accountability. There is no truth, no accountability without independent oversight, without subpoena power. You have a real chance to make a change, to give some small hope to my community in a time where many need it. You have a chance to make Lakewood a safer place for the trans community, but for that, oversight needs subpoena power, needs to be independent. And as you can see from everyone here, the world is watching. I also want to take a moment to read a poem I wrote for Jax, the person we started this fight for. I did not know you, not while you were still here, but I have come to know you by all of these people, all of those that cared about you so deeply. Jax. While I did not have the joy to meet you, I see you in every beat of the hearts that hold your name, the shining lights in the tear-filled eyes of your friends, and in each and every breath of those who loved you, I see you. Jax. But I did not know the beat of your heart, but in its loss, I feel the tears striking. But I feel its loss in tears striking the ground, in the will and voices of those who fight for you, and the hole its absence has left in our community. Jax. I say your name because you deserve that. Not until every mention is a protest chant, until each time it is said, we can speak more and more of your light back into this world. Jax. I hope you know how much you are cared for. You are not gone or forgotten. I see that in the determination of all those who are fighting, demanding to see justice for you. Jax. We carry you here with us in each word and chant we have said, every long hour, every moment spent, each time we get up to speak, in our hearts you are with us. Jax. I hope my words do not fall on ears unwilling to listen, on people who do not want to hear the power in your name, but if they do, know we will keep carrying your fight until we see changes made and justice done. Jax. I know that you will never be forgotten, that your name will be carried into the future in the hearts of those fighting for our community, and in all those who hear of your story. Jax. I hope you heard my words today. I hope you know that I will stand up as many times as I must to fight for you in our community. And councilors, mayors, I hope you heard them too. Long live Jax.
Thank you. Katrina Whitehead.
Hello, my name is Katrina Whitehead. I am a resident of Adams County, and I'm here for Justice for Jax. Being a mother of a trans daughter is amazing because of who my daughter is, but also it fills me with dread. I can't say I feel this dread all the time because the moments I spend with my daughter fill me with joy and love, but when I'm alone, I think about how the world hates my kid. It really sucks that I have to think about how I need to prepare my daughter to face the hate of this world. It really sucks because my daughter has dreams to go to space and be an astronaut, but I question if she will be able to live out her dreams because of how much hate there is in this world towards trans people. All I want is to keep my daughter safe. But when I hear what happened to Jax and hear how her mother is treated, it's a reminder that my daughter is not safe in this world. Because the world will just see my daughter through judgmental eyes. I never knew Jax, but I know from others that she was like my daughter, with a big heart, contagious smile, and someone who could fill the room with love. Jax was an amazing person, and I know this because when an amazing person is taken from this world, it creates a ripple. The amount of people in this room supporting Jax and her mom is that ripple. You all have the opportunity to be a part of history that will continue Jax's ripple, which is ensuring that there is an independent oversight committee so that Jax's case can be handled with empathy and compassion and not judgment and hate. Doing this will help my daughter to enter the world with less hate because Jax's ripple will continue to spread. So I ask you from the deepest parts of my heart, see our daughters through the eyes of compassion and understanding so you can see them as precious humans. And by seeing them as precious humans, I really hope that this horrible experience of trauma that has the grasp of trans people just goes away, because I don't want my daughter to go through this trauma. Like I have said before, I will be unrelenting in this fight until there is justice for Jax.
Thank you. Joan Poston. And then after Joan Poston, I've got John Juarbe, Juarbe.
Hello, I'm Joan Poston. I live in unincorporated Jefferson County. I've come here today to talk to you about fighting. I have come and spoke here in Jefferson County and also here with this council for the last 6.5 years. And I want you to know that I've not been here the last 6 months because I have cancer. I am not a survivor. I am not a victim. I am somebody that fights. And you all who know me know that I have fought here for Lakewood for some time. The reason I'm here right now is because I need you to listen to people of Lakewood. You've been having roundtables, you've been doing all sorts of things about this property zoning, and it hasn't been anything that we feel that we've been heard. I came to Lakewood when I was 13 years old. And the reason I came here was because of the values and what was happening here. My family brought me here because they had a school system that was one of the most important school systems in the nation. We moved here because it was a family and the single family units and the suburb. And I relate now to these people that have come up here and told you how they feel they're being hated. Because right now I feel like I'm being hated for being a white suburban woman. You all need to start listening because I have been watching cancer. And it's not the cancer in my breast, it's the cancer in this city that has been slowly growing and slowly deteriorating the values and what we had here. Please think about what you're doing with the zoning. I know you've had a lot of people. I'm sorry, I'm really not well today. I did have my husband come and bring me, and I will be leaving shortly because I used to do that with Adam Paul. The only reason I actually used to come was to put things on record, put about how the land at the Bend development is contaminated. And someday there might be some child who's facing cancer because she lived in the Bend development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Juarbe.
Thank you, Council, for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is John Warby. I live at 1533 Glen Eyre Drive in Lakewood. This is concerning the zoning. The Title 17 of the City of Lakewood clearly states that no zoning changes shall be enacted which would cause any existing property or structure to be in violation of the ordinance. The change from mixed use to commercial sin violates the ordinance in that the address in question has a long history of commercial residential use, and a portion of the said property has been well established and accepted by both the city and the residents adjacent to the property. It's further stated that to alter that use would significantly impact the day-to-day commercial activities on the property. It's therefore concluded that the zoning change is unlawful and must be repealed. It is the request of the owner of the property that the commercial residential zoning be restored and any violations resulting from the zoning change be null and void. While it's fully within its right to amend zoning to accommodate the implementation of a growth or expansion plan, nowhere in the code is the right or privilege to use new laws to deprive citizens of the right to be secure in their property. Regardless of the city having an urgency to adopt zoning to accommodate future construction needs, that would smack of caprice and would create a potentially hostile environment between the landholders and the city council. The city is responsible to the residents of the city first, and perpetuation of city goals by nature is secondary to the protections afforded property owners as a whole, not intentionally lessening or downplaying the city need to protect the goals and plans outlined, rather the right of the property holders to hold and use their property in a manner consistent with and common to the historical and developmental norms for similarly situated properties. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Ms. Reddick. Again, reminder, please, no clapping. Let's be respectful of everybody. Ms. Connie Reddick, and this is why I'm asking to have clear aisles. She needs space to be able to make it to the front, please. If you can make sure that she has space to get down. After Connie Reddick, we have Nate Whiteman and then Nick Munden.
I'm Connie Reddick from Ward 3, and I've been coming here since 2018, and in all that time, not one of you have helped me. And it's a shame because I was born here. Where did all of you come from? Were you born here? Were you an American Indian? Was your land stolen? No, but you seemed to seem it's okay to disrespect me and treat me unprofessionally because you all wanted these jobs, but I think you just wanted it for fame and to get paid. I have been an activist since I was 17-year-old, and I never asked for money, but I fought to make your lives different. I fought for equal pay for equal women. I fought for child abused children to have service dogs in court with them so they wouldn't be hurt and alone. I belong to Colorado 1, and I fought for gay rights. I have fought for equality for everybody, but who has fought for me? And the thing is that Roger Lowe has ownership in my building. Our building is actually falling apart because the money that they gave him from a nonprofit, the water has went in and destroyed the electricity. They will not fix anything. And because I have come here, you have slandered my name, you have belittled me in the community, you have sent people to hurt me and my dog, and you sit there looking so compassionate, like, oh, I'm going to do something. Oh, you poor little thing. Well, I'm going to tell you one thing, that God's, maybe the community don't see what you're doing, but God sees all. God sees every single thing that you're doing, and for everything that every one of you have done to me, you will have a generation curse because God doesn't like his children hurt. And you have hurt me in so many different ways. And you have disrespected me. and I will not allow it anymore because I'm here to speak for all seniors. There are so many seniors that are homeless because they're too weak and afraid to come up. They have fear. I have no fear of you because I have the Lord, and you will pay for everything you have did to every single one of us. You let buildings, corruption go on. You have your families move in when poor people are living under bridges, seniors are living in the streets while all this nepotism is going on. Your brothers, your sisters, your families are all living in housing that should be going for workforce housing and for low income. I was a representative in Washington fighting for Section 8. So what did you do? Oh, let's make all these apartments. Let's throw all the people that have lived here all their lives, lose their homes, pay more taxes. What work are you doing to help the community?
Ms. Reddy, your time is up. Thank you.
My time is up, but remember,
Nate
I
Whiteman.
fought for all of you.
Please stop the excess sound. I will need to recess this meeting, and I really, really don't want to do that. And I know you all want to be heard, so let's please work to make sure we all have a chance to come up. Mr. Whiteman, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Nate Whiteman, Ward 5. I'm just here to voice my general support of all the zoning updates. I'm going to miss you for the next 2 appointments. And as we just heard, we desperately need more housing and more homes that people can afford. In 1941, much of Lakewood was agricultural zoned. Okay, zoning happens, change happens. All right, it has to happen. We need it to happen. We need it to support our community. The interstate highway went through this country, and my dad told us stories about the farmers who took their lives because the interstate highway went through their village and their farm, right? But if you think about all the millions and millions of us who have used that system, right? And that's why I'm just calling for you all just to support the zoning, support, it's gonna benefit way more of us than it will irritate, okay? I mean, there's our kids who need to live here, and they need homes they can have first-time buyers. Our economy needs this small housing unit so they can step up into the next units, right? We need houses that our seniors can, if they choose to downsize into, right? And for me to downsize into, right? So that's all I'm here for, but I appreciate you all.
Thank you. Nick Munden.
Good evening, friends, colleagues, and fellow community members. Thank you for being here today. I want to talk about a public health crisis that is devastating families across our nation. The overdose crisis that is devastating families across our nation. August 31st is National Overdose Awareness Day. My message is simple. We must act with more awareness. Awareness reduces the stigma. Overdose isn't a moral failing, it's a public health issue. By talking about it openly, we can break down the stigma that prevents people from seeking help and make it easier for those struggling with substance abuse disorder to get the support that they need. Awareness saves lives and empowers us all. Whether you're a parent, a neighbor, a first responder, or a policymaker, you have a role to play to treat all with kindness, dignity, and respect. To remember that even though our neighbors and loved ones may be struggling and hurting, they are still human beings. They deserve the same respect, response time, dignity, and fairness regardless of their economic situation. I also want to talk about a topic that is both sensitive and essential: police oversight. This is not an anti-police message. In fact, it's a pro-community and pro-police message. It's about building trust, enhancing accountability, and ensuring that our law enforcement agencies can operate with the full confidence of the people they serve. This can take many forms, from civilian review boards that investigate complaints to independent auditors who review a department's policies and procedures. The goal isn't to micromanage officers on the street, but to provide justice and transparency for all. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that closes our our first session and/or initial general public comment. With that, we will move over to our consent agenda. We have a couple of items that we will be voting on this evening. Initial public comment will come after some of that business of the city. Council, do we have any items that anyone wants to pull from the consent agenda tonight? No? Okay. Will the clerk please read the consent agenda into the record?
The consent agenda is comprised of the following items. Item 5A, R 2025-48, establishing an ad hoc sustainability committee of members of the City Council to identify and prioritize City Council goals within the area of sustainability. Item 5B, R 2025-49, approving an amended intergovernmental agreement with Jefferson County for use of an Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act / Safe Streets for All grants to develop a comprehensive safety action plan. Item 5C, R 2025-50, approving an intergovernmental agreement with the City and County of Denver by and through its Board of Water Commissioners for the City of Lakewood's water distribution system and the City and County of Denver's wholesale water system to be treated as an integrated system. Item 6A, O 2025-28, amending the Lakewood zoning code by repealing and replacing Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code.
All right, thank you. And with that, we'll go ahead and open up public comment on the consent agenda. With that being said, I have no one signed up for any items on the consent agenda. Now that you've heard it verbally, does anyone have anything you'd like to speak to on tonight's consent agenda? All right, we will go ahead and close public comment. And may I have a motion, please, for the consent agenda?
Mayor Strom, I move to order all ordinances introduced on first reading to be published in the Denver Post with public hearing set for the date included in the ordinance, and for adoption of resolutions, all of which are included in the consent agenda items introduced into the record by the city clerk.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. I do have one hand up. Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
Thank you. I just wanted to quickly highlight the Sustainability Ad Hoc Committee. For those of you who have been following the moving of creating better sustainability-focused policy infrastructure, something like an ad hoc committee can feel like lackluster, but it is truly the way that we're able to do so much of the work that we're doing right now on housing is because we have a space that is fully focused on having a slightly smaller group of council with expert staff just interact often and to talk about that and dig in on it. And so the Sustainability Committee is very likely to be able to generate more innovation and leadership on sustainability issues because it gives a space besides this one, in addition to this one, for that kind of focus and work from some of us up here and some of our staff, especially a new hire who's really wonderful and brilliant at sustainability. So I just wanted to point it out to folks who I know, because I know that this is an issue who that matters a lot to folks, and it can seem a little bureaucratic and administrative at this phase, but it is a really, really critical step.
Councilor Lowe and then Councilor Ryan.
Thank you. Definitely didn't need to pull it from the consent agenda, but I did want to briefly ask staff while we were voting tonight on the Safe Streets for All grant to just, it's definitely something that I've gotten questions about in Ward 3. Folks are very interested in sort of the traffic calming and traffic safety work. Thanks, Mr. Whitaker. And I'm aware of how much is on your plate and on your team's plate, so thank you. I wonder if you could just briefly speak to how the Safe Streets for All grant and the work that it will fund, the sort of the grant that came in, this cost sharing between the county and the city, how this work interacts with the traffic calming report that I know, my understanding is they're two separate things. So just for folks that maybe are trying to track all the different important work that's happening on traffic calming and street safety, I wonder if you could speak to that.
Sure. Hi, Mayor and Council. Mike Whitaker, City Transportation Engineer. They're really separate for the focus areas. Safe Streets for All is really focusing on crash locations and identifying corridors and mitigations for the crashes. This grant's taken an excruciatingly long amount of time to get to this stage with the county. And so we started working on the traffic calming portion of it, which is more focused on local streets and collectors outside of it, because it kept dragging on for so long. So there is an opportunity that at the end, they may come together a little bit, but what I'm currently proposing is, I believe we're on the schedule currently for December 1st, potentially for both items, but a study session for traffic calming to talk about either updating our speed hump policy and getting some stuff on collector streets available is kind of what we're proposing, but it'll be a study session so we can talk about a lot of stuff then. And that I would hope to adopt soon after that because the Traffic Safe Streets for All grant is an 18-month process with the consultant. And so I think at the end of that, we may have some more updates we want to do to both Safe Streets for All adoption plan, which is kind of like a Vision Zero plan that you all will adopt, as well as maybe there'll be some tweaks to the traffic calming, but we'd have about a year of the new plan before we may tweak it again. So I think they'll come together at the end, but just because of the timing and how long the Safe Streets grant is, we didn't really want to wait more than a year to start doing some stuff on collectors.
So it sounds like it's in flux a bit, which is very understandable, but is the current intent to sort of present a final traffic calming study for passage before Safe Streets for All work is done? Or we're actually not sure about that and you'll get back to us in December, which is totally reasonable?
December, we're going to do the study session to verify that you all agree with the direction we're proposing, and we can tweak whatever we need. And I would hope probably in January we would adopt whatever we decide at that study session.
Okay.
And then the Safe Streets for All grant won't finish until March of 27.
Okay.
And so you'll have almost a whole year and 3 months where we might end up tweaking it again with what we learn in the whole public outreach and meetings through the Safe Streets for All process.
Given some of the uncertainty at the federal level, is there any nervousness about the federal funding behind this process, or so far we feel pretty good about that?
We're not too worried yet, but that's one of the reasons why we're still pushing ahead with the traffic calming by itself, because as you know, anything could happen at the federal level right now. And
yes,
there's a risk that the county is currently taking because we spend the money and then we ask for reimbursement. And so by the time we ask for the reimbursement, it may not be there.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Whitaker. I'll just add, it's certainly a topic of very real interest in Ward 3. You already agreed to do a Ward 3 meeting sometime this fall to talk to folks about this. We so appreciate that. We're thinking October. We'll get back to you with dates very soon. Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Wait, Mr. Whitaker. We have one more quick question for you. Councilor Mayotte Guerrero and then Councilor Ryan, sorry, while you're up here.
Okay.
Thank you. I had a question on, is a component of this grant also on increasing policing of pedestrians, like for jaywalking, increasing enforcement for things like jaywalking? I know we've had
I don't know if
other
that'll be an
grants for that.
outcome, but I mean, we got to go through the public process and we'll talk with council at least in 2 study sessions and then another council meeting to adopt. So nothing's come up with that yet, but the consultants obviously looking at best practices, nationwide and we'll come up with stuff, but that's not a focus area that I'm aware of other than, our issue on Colfax with a lot of pedestrian deaths.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Ryan.
I don't have any questions for you other than thank you. I mean, this is a topic that we even had at our last ward meeting on Saturday, and so looking forward to hearing some of the updates on that. And then my other comment is, I wanted to say a thank you to staff and a special thank you to Councilors Nystrom and LeBure for helping move forward the Sustainability Committee. I think this is an important issue. to move forward on, and I appreciate the two of your leadership on that. So thank you, thank you, and thank you.
Okay, and with that, I have no more hands up. We have a motion on the floor and the second. Go ahead and please cast your vote. And that passes 11 yeses and 0 nays. Will the clerk please read item 8 into the record?
Item 8, or 8A, second reading and public hearing on ordinance O-2025-27, amending the Lakewood zoning code by repealing and replacing Articles 6 through 14 of Title 17 of the Lakewood Municipal Code.
Thank you. And quick reminder, we do, again, have lakewoodspeaks.org has a lot of the backup information for the topic that we're about to hear about. I'll also say this topic, being as big as it is, also has its own project on lakewoodtogether.org that has a plethora of information on there too, from the code, the draft that we're looking at, to the maps and a bunch of other supporting information. So with that, I would like to introduce Travis Parker, our Chief of Sustainability and Community Development, to give us a brief presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. You've heard a lot from me and the rest of planning staff over the last couple of years on this, so I won't take too much of your time, but I wanted to key up the main topics that you're going to talk about tonight. As you know, you all split this into multiple sections, which will help us sort of talk about distinct parts of the code. Tonight, you're talking about Articles 6 through 14, which are listed above. These are general articles that cover, the whole city. These are not the articles that create the districts or create the base rules for the code, but these are things like design standards for, residential and commercial lots, parking standards, other citywide general standards like historic preservation, cell towers, signs, that sort of thing. I'm going to go through sort of the major changes from the existing code that you may or may not be approving tonight. First, there is a new section requiring bird-safe glass on buildings taller than 45 adjacent to large city parks. And each of my slides should have the relevant sections cited on the slide. Secondly, we have, at Council's request, we've added some new regulations on slot homes in Article 6. These require minimum lot width so that rather than one row of homes just facing a fence, you would have 2 rows facing each other. Units adjacent to the street would have additional requirements for that frontage, including that you wouldn't be allowed to have garages that face, even side loaded garages that are directly on that front lot line. Third, you're familiar with a lot of parking changes in this code, mainly based on new state law. First, no parking is required for residential uses in and around transit areas. Planning Commission changed that language slightly to say in mixed-use urban and transit contexts, which are largely but not completely contiguous with the transit areas as defined by the state. The Planning Commission and Council did ask also for no parking requirement for affordable units. And one change that was made in the original draft, all uses other than residential in the current code are measured by square footage, and parking requirements are by square footage. In the existing code, residential is the only parking requirement done by something other than square footage, is done by units. We've translated that in this code so that parking for residential is by square footage as well. The purpose wasn't to change the amount required, but just to shift it over to that other measuring system. And as always, when I talk about parking, I like to highlight this last point. This is removing the requirement, but it's not prohibiting parking. Like, we will still get parking we expect to still get parking for most of this uses, but it won't be our code requiring it. It'll be market forces and financing requiring the parking. Council and Planning Commission asked for loading and visitor spaces to be required or maintained. So we have added this section in Article 8 that does not exempt the requirement for some visitor parking for multifamily uses and maintains the requirement for loading spaces. Historic preservation chapter has been updated at the request of the Historic Preservation Commission. They sent you through us a bunch of changes to Article 11, including pulling all of the definitions out of Article 11 and putting them in the definition article, Article 14, and then some other minor changes that align our Article 11 with the state model historic preservation code. I think you're all very familiar with the enhanced development menu. This is one of our regular updates of it. We've tried to continuously make relevant updates to the enhanced development menu to make it more successful. This includes some changes to that, including taking the most commonly chosen point values from the enhanced development menu and making them base requirements for all development, and then adding some new options, including the ones you can see on the screen. Seventh, there are some updated definitions in Article 14. As I just talked about, there's a whole bunch of new definitions around historic preservation that are coming out of Article 11. There's a whole bunch of definitions around sustainability and electric vehicles that are being added to help define terms in Article 13. The changes that you're not voting on tonight but have effect elsewhere in the code, including around residential, involve some new residential definitions and dwelling unit definitions. And then those last four terms have all been either added or changed in Article 14. A few other minor things that I didn't rate their own slide, but you will in the future be looking at a tree ordinance, or you've asked us to look at a tree ordinance. The only change we're making in this code is at the request of Community Resources is to update the fee for tree replacement from the current $1,200 to $2,000 per new small tree, updating the landscaping standards. At your request, we took the landscaping rules for low-form residential and extended those to include mid-form residential. At your request, we have some language in there limiting the ability to do fee in lieu for greenhouse gas mitigation, and then updating the EV charging regulations. I believe that covers all of the major changes that are proposed either in the original version or in the subsequent to Planning Commission version to Articles 6 through 14. The staff are here with a bunch of different specialities to help out with all those areas and your questions tonight. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Okay, and with that, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing on this topic. And before we start hearing from speakers, I'll just do a little recap of what happened last regular business meeting so everybody knows what to expect as we move through this process. So one of the overwhelming things that we've heard from community is we want more time, we want to learn more. We've got counselors that are eagerly out there, including myself, trying to help people learn a little bit more of this code. In the meantime, doing 358 pages of zoning code in one night very quickly became something that we saw to be quite unwieldy and not lending itself to having a good conversation around a number of topics. So in our regular business meeting last time that we all got together, the date is escaping me right now, what we chose to do was break it up into 4 different increments. So as Mr. Parker noted, tonight what we're discussing and voting on are sections 6 through 14. Next regular business meeting, September 8th, I believe, is going to be sections 1, 2, 4, and 5. The next one will be 3, all by itself. That's a standalone because that's a big one. And then on October 13th, we'll bring it home with the map that goes with all of the pieces. That being said, I want to let everyone know that your public comments that are coming to us tonight will be kept as part of the bundle. And where typically if someone comes up and say we're having a conversation about, I don't know, something street related, right? We have a lot of that. Public Works is a big thing in city, local government. We would not entertain public comment on something about a completely different topic. That's just not the nature of it. That's what we have general public comment for. Tonight, do not worry about what you're talking about. If it's about zoning, you're okay. It doesn't matter whether you're coming up and you're not realizing that you're talking about Article 3 or Article 2, doesn't matter. We are here, we are open ears, so go ahead and bring forward all of your comments. Again, if you sit down and you decide it may not feel super comfortable to get in front of everybody, you can also go to lakewoodspeaks.org. But I wanted to make it clear that your comments tonight, regardless of if we're voting on the thing that you're speaking about, your comments will be kept for the record. So with that, we'll go ahead and quickly get started. I do have over 4 pages of speakers signed up in addition to 2 pooled time speakers, which are 10 minutes each. So we want to make sure to keep to that comment that I made earlier, that we can hear as many people and hopefully everyone that is here tonight. And so I will do the same thing. I'll ask that I'll call a few names, and if we can have speaker come up here to the front, and then we'll do 2 and 3 waiting over here in the wings, if you will, so that we can move through a little bit more quickly and really work to make sure everybody gets a chance to speak. So with that, we'll go ahead and start. I've got Joan Jacobson, and then Betty Boyd, and then Sean Haggerty.
Hi, thank you. My name is Joan Jacobson. I live at 1836 Dover Street in Ward 2. It's easy to hop on Wadsworth and drive to Old Town Arvada, or exit onto 6th Avenue and go to Golden or Denver and drive away from Lakewood and think that nothing needs to change. But that's a very blinkered view, because there really are neighborhoods in Lakewood eager for revitalization. I own and live in a single-family home in the Morse Park neighborhood, which is a mix of some really nice houses and some that need a lot of TLC. 2 of the houses on my block needing renovation will be going on the market soon, and there is no way these 2 houses will remain owner-occupied single-family homes, because it doesn't make financial sense for those sellers anymore. I've been told that these 2 houses will either be rented in as-is condition or bulldozed for a McMansion, because that's what makes financial sense. I don't want either of those 2 things. I don't want a McMansion, and I don't want a dilapidated rental. But the cool thing is these 2 houses are on huge lots that would be perfect for a new duplex or a new triplex or even a cottage cluster. Every day, I look at all the boarded up businesses and empty parking lots on Colfax, and I dream of restaurants and bike shops and bookstores and bagel shops, cool places like Gold's Marketplace in Wheat Ridge or the Edgewater Public Market. But I know businesses need customers, people like teachers, police, young professionals just starting out in their careers, families with kids. But they can't afford homes in Lakewood under current zoning. But we need them to make our neighborhoods and business corridors vibrant and fun again. In conclusion, the status quo is outdated, and I support an updated zoning code. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd.
Madam Mayor, councilors, my name is Betty Boyd. I have lived in Ward 4 in my Green Mountain home since 1974, over 50 years. We came as a young family with 2 children under the age of 4, and were lucky to be able to afford to invest in our then 3-bedroom home. I'm here to support the proposed rezoning for Lakewood. As a longtime faith-based advocate, I have supported affordable and attainable housing for all. A healthy community depends on having a wide variety of housing options. People need a safe place to live with adequate community services. Today, Lakewood basically has two options: single-family homes, including the McMansions, or apartments. Rental units are hard to find. I would like to see more housing types being developed for the missing middle, which includes duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, or cottage clusters. Also, auxiliary dwelling units or grandma cottages. There are already some duplexes and multi-housing in my neighborhood in Green Mountain, but they're no longer being developed because of prior changes to the zoning code. They fit right into the neighborhood. There are few housing options for single people, for single-parent families, for young couples just starting out, and affordable options for people just like me, who are long retired and no longer need the 3 to 5 bedroom house with 2.5 baths that dominate many parts of Lakewood, especially in Ward 4. We need smaller, affordable options to allow families who need the full-sized homes to move into those that already exist. I know that Lakewood has pretty well reached its land boundaries, but there are plenty of options for infill and redevelopment that also need modification and height restrictions. Currently proposed maps show many places in this city where this kind of housing would be most appropriate. If Lakewood is to remain a successful and desirable city, we must attract more business. Businesses require customers and consumers. I'm saddened today and depressed as I drive around Lakewood and see empty spaces where businesses and restaurants used to thrive. If Lakewood is to live up to its promise to be a welcoming and thriving city, we must adopt updates to the zoning code. I, for one, are very supportive of that change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haggerty, and then if I could get on deck, I have Ann Rutofsky, Lainey Huff, and then Maddie Nichols.
Council, thank you. One of the concerns that I have is that it appears to the community that this particular council has forgotten that we are a home rule city and has failed to provide any support for the actions that secure the home rule organizational process that we were formed in the first place to create. With regard to the changes in the zoning, I'm glad to see that you're going out and putting roundtables together. I've attended one of those, and I'm glad to see that there's some increased communication in those areas. I do need, and I do support what the two prior speakers have talked about when they talk about more affordable choices. However, that includes other things like changes in the building code, changes to the state legislative process that eliminated all of our first-time home buyers options. I haven't seen the city actively work in those areas to change what has precluded a lot of the single family, a lot of the small multifamily, and the first-time home buyer options. We have pretty much seen the complete abandonment of co-ops, townhomes, and other types of first-time home buyer structures because of the things that they did that eliminated significant portions of the insurance market that allowed the creation of those. This is something that I'd like the city to consider. I'd like the city to also consider the fact that some of the new apartment buildings and the new state laws, for example, to eliminate a second stairway in large 6-story buildings, the adverse impact that's going to create on the safety for our citizens. The West Metro Fire Department has significantly pointed out to you that this is a problem. When I look at the two areas that we have at 13th and Wadsworth, for example, both of those buildings pose significant safety hazards, especially with the changes that the new international building codes are creating. So please re-look at what you're doing with the building codes. Some of the areas that you have in terms of affordability are impacted by the building codes, and I don't see an integration with those concerns with the current process that's currently in the current zoning code. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ann Rutofsky.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ann Rutkowski, and I live near the Alameda Union intersection in Ward 4. About 50 years ago, my husband, who's a salesman, and myself, who am a teacher, were able to buy our Hutchinson home, which was built in about 1962. Back then, the neighborhood was filled with young families. Our kids grew up with lots of playmates, and we were even blessed with older kids who were our babysitters. We were walking distance from Green Mountain Elementary, and our kids went on to Dunstan and to Green Mountain High School. Our modest home is now worth over 20 times what we paid for it. We couldn't afford to buy it now. Our neighborhood has changed. There's only one original owner left on our block. There are very few children, and most are either seniors like me or 30, 40-somethings with no children. As a senior, the idea of living in a gated 55-plus community does not appeal to me at all. I like the tapestry of a mixture of different ages in a neighborhood. My hope is that Lakewood can still come to be like that. I think it's sad that working families like we were now cannot afford to find a home they can buy in Lakewood. I belong to a very inclusive and giving Lutheran church in Lakewood, and my faith beliefs lead me to advocate for people who have shelter and food needs. So I support whatever is in the zoning proposal which makes it possible for young people or seniors to purchase a home in our great city. If that means building duplexes, I am for it. I feel very fortunate to have been able to buy a house and live in it all these past years. I hope the new zoning proposal will make that possible for working families.
Thank you. Larry Huff, Laney Huff. Do we have Laney Huff or Larry Huff? I'm not. Okay. She is. She's after.
My name's Larry Huff. I've lived in this area since 1968. I've been turned down requests to build a small workshop because of the zoning. Now you want to come in and build anything you want next to me, and I don't think that's fair, in case you was curious. The other thing is, I'm wondering if the city of Lakewood is going to maintain the property value when somebody comes in next door to me and goes in these buildings, starts parking their cars all over the area, and you can't get in them. I'm just curious about those things. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Maddie Nichols. And then on deck, I have Marcella Maines and then Franny Monasterio.
My name is Maddie Nichols, actually Madeline Nichols, but everybody knows me as Maddie. I am here as part of Together Colorado, the Lakewood United Methodist Church, and as being a long-term resident of this city before it was a city. I have lived in the Two Creeks Ward 2 area for 57 years in the same house at 5800 West 8th Avenue. And as a lot of you know, I'm very passionate about community, the neighborhood I live in, and the city of Lakewood. And I know a lot of you, and I know that you will do good things on this whole change of zoning. One of the things that I would, you're working on just a few of those items tonight, but I would like you, no matter what section you're working on, to really have some items that will cover all areas. And that would be affordability, diversity, inclusivity, and community input and outreach, and whether what's happening in this particular section of the zoning code, is this an asset or a liability present or future, for the citizens, businesses, development, and future development for our city. Let's continue to make Lakewood be the best place to live, work, play, and call our home. I trust you guys, and I really appreciate everything that the city does for its citizens, and we need people to be active and collaborate and work with each other to have the outcomes be the best they can be. So continue your work with all that in mind.
Thank you. Marcella Maines.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Marcelo Meinzer, and I'm a member of Together Colorado, and I live in Ward 1, and I'm a member of Mile High Church. I support the zoning code update because it's secure housing is a right, not a commodity. Because of mental health issues and lack of education, I've moved around every 6 months for most of my life. I've lived in guest houses, cooperative houses, had to move back in with my mother, and for a while lived out of a van. For the last 5 years, I've lived in Lakewood, helping care for a young man with autism. If not for this situation, I would not be able to afford a room in Lakewood on my Social Security check. Lakewood has become increasingly unaffordable, displacing families, seniors, workers, and even veterans. Updating the zoning code is an important step, but we also need practical strategies to truly make affordability real. Some housing options are tiny houses, modular and manufactured units, accessory dwelling units, cooperative living, home sharing, and land trusts to keep our housing permanently affordable and build stronger communities. These options rely on zoning reforms that allow for higher density and occupancy rates. Incentives like tax breaks for developers who include affordable housing units and protections to preserve the affordable housing we already have. This council should also consider workforce housing for essential workers, micro units for singles, temporary pop-up shelters for those experiencing homelessness. Cities like Lakewood and Inglewood have converted closed malls into mixed-use developments. Lakewood, too, can combine innovation, policy, community to help us live up to our promise of being an inclusive city where everyone can thrive. All people need to be happy are food and shelter security, passionate occupation, and a nurturing community. Thank you for your attention and action on the essential to living a joyful life.
Thank you. I have next Franny Monasterio, thank you, and then Shelby Bear.
Good evening, everyone. Franny Monasterio, Ward 2, and I am here to, voice my support for these changes to the extent they allow for more affordable housing and for improved sustainability in Lakewood. I am one of the, I'm sure, many people who have come to Denver initially, found out I was priced out, and am now benefiting from a very generous friend who has given me almost criminally low rent because it is the only way I can really afford and enjoy Lakewood without sacrificing any other kind of quality of life. I am one of those people who stands to benefit from everything that a lot of these people have already said. I am that young professional. I want a starter home, not a big mansion, just something reasonable and not something that I just throw money to a landlord for because I have come to fall in love with Lakewood. When I first came to the Denver area in 2019, I was like, I don't know what the West is about. Why are y'all here? And now I'm on year 6 and I have no plan on leaving if I can help it and if y'all can help it too. So Rebecca Stewart already touched on the benefits in her recent op-ed. Max Nardo is here with SWEEP, who I am so glad I was able to kind of come in contact with because without him or them, I wouldn't have had the chance to even learn about this opportunity. Of all the I guess, types of housing pushed in the mixed use or middle housing space, I'd go for a duplex personally, but honestly, I'll take anything that I can afford. Again, that's not throwing money to a landlord. And lastly, I am, as many people are, concerned about the impact that housing has on the planet, and of course, my personal impact on the planet. These changes would allow for me to not have that much of, I guess, like a sprawled out impact, right, for like conservation, for greenhouse gas emissions. And you know, on like a shallow level, I want to be one of those people who enjoys like a cute bakery on the basement or the bottom level that I hope this mixed using facilitates, because I like being able to walk to one, and I don't think that that's that much to ask for or beyond our reach. And I think it's something that's consistent with the Ad Hoc Sustainability Council y'all were kind of pushing earlier. So I hope this isn't the last time we get to talk about it. I'm looking forward to the conversation, and we'll see you all around. Thanks.
Thank you. Shelby Bear.
Hello, I am Shelby Bear from Ward 5, and I support the proposed changes to the Lakewood zoning code. The current zoning code cannot meet the needs of the people of Lakewood. With the increase in housing costs, many people are being priced out of the area because they can't afford a single-family home. The current zoning code primarily allows for single-family homes and mid-rise homes, which are on opposite sides of the housing spectrum and meet the needs of a very specific set of people. Many people who would like to be living in middle housing are being left out of the equation. We need middle housing options such as townhomes and duplexes to meet the market needs in this economy. Middle housing options also have environmental benefits. They are more insulated, use less water and land, and reduce sprawl, which leads to lower air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions. A few of the purposes in the Title 17 zoning codes are to create affordable, attainable, and inclusionary housing, to protect and enhance the natural environment, including the conservation of natural features, land, and energy, and to provide a wide variety of housing types and costs to meet the current and future needs of the residents. In order to meet any of these goals, the Lakewood zoning code must be updated with the proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and up next we have our first pooled time speaker, Karen Gourday. I need to check really quick. So for those of you that might be new to the party, pooled time is if you are speaking for yourself and 3 others, you get 10 minutes. So I do need to confirm that we have 4 people here in support. First, Pete Roybal. Thank you. Mary Jansen. Thank you. And then Karen Nan. Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Gourday, the floor is yours. Start with your name and ward or name and address, and we'll get your 10 minutes started.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Karen Gourday, and I live in Ward 5. We all want safe neighborhoods, attractive design, and responsible development. But this zoning rewrite, as written, risks creating the very opposite. A government-run HOA that strips away property rights and leaves residents vulnerable. When government moves from setting responsible safety standards to dictating design, dictating timelines, that's a property rights issue. We chose Lakewood because we didn't want to live in Denver, and in many cases didn't want an HOA. Yet these first 3 ordinances create an HOA at the city level, dictating design elements with no appeals process. That's a dystopian outcome, unelected staff deciding if your home fits their aesthetic checklist. Let me start with Article 6. On paper, it looks strong, but it's riddled with loopholes. Over and over again, the language says, quote, "The director may approve alternatives," end quote. And that's important to note. The person holding the authority doesn't even live here. The planning director lives in Boulder, so he won't be the one dealing with crowded streets, lost trees, or incompatible design decisions that his waivers allow. Lakewood residents will. And that disconnect makes the lack of accountability even more concerning. For example, Garage design standards require windows, but the director can waive that. Tree replacement is required, but the director can let the developer just pay a fee instead, leaving us with fewer trees and less shade. Lighting rules are supposed to protect neighbors, but again, the director can approve exceptions. Those aren't protections, those are suggestions. And when our single-family neighborhoods are on the line, suggestions aren't good enough. We need real standards that can actually apply, rules that can't be bought out or waived behind closed doors. That means requiring public notice for any exceptions along the RL, which is the residential edges, lowering lighting caps and requiring shielding and light curfews when multi-unit projects sit near single-family homes, and adding parking impact checks when higher density projects are proposed within a block or two of established neighborhoods. If the rule can be waived with a signature, it's not a rule, it's a loophole. Moving to Article 8, the concern shifts from loopholes to real impacts on our daily lives. I'm very concerned about what this section means for our single-family neighborhoods. First, it lets developers skip parking near transit stations or in so-called affordable projects, and that may sound good on paper too, but in reality, it creates more cars spilling into our neighborhoods. Streets that were never designed for that level of density will become crowded with parked cars. This isn't just inconvenient for residents, it creates real risks for emergency vehicle access. Fire trucks, ambulances, and police need clear passage, and congestion on narrow residential streets could delay critical response time. Secondly, the ordinance allows driveways and parking pads to cover up half of the front and side yards, and that changes the entire character of our neighborhoods, replacing lawns and green space with concrete, adding storm runoff, and degrading the look and feel of single-family homes. And finally, this ordinance lowers the bar for developers by removing the parking requirements while at the same time adding costly bike rack and EV charger mandates. And that combination only pushes the higher density development deeper into our established neighborhoods without giving residents the infrastructure or protections we need. We all need Lakewood to grow responsibly, but this proposal puts existing homeowners and public safety on the losing end. I urge you to reconsider these provisions and protect both the character and safety of our single-family neighborhoods. Now let's talk about Article 12 and nonconformities. This section may sound technical but because most homes and properties in Lakewood are already non-conforming structures, it directly impacts our property rights. As written, this article is unfair and in some cases unworkable. We've spent so much time in this code worrying about high density and the destruction of existing neighborhoods that we didn't update this section at all. Article 12 is essentially unchanged from when the zoning code was adopted back in 2013. At that time, we had not yet experienced wide-scale disasters like the Marshall Fire, the Maui Fire, or the LA fires. Those events changed everything about how communities must think about rebuilding, yet this section still operates as those events never happened and lessons not learned. If your home is damaged by more than 60%, you may be forced to rebuild under today's zoning and building rules, not the rules in place when your property was built, if the rebuild process is not started within 18 months. But let's be honest, I don't care how much money you have in the bank or if you have the best insurance company in the world, if Lakewood faces a Marshall Fire or Maui-type disaster, 18 months is not realistic. Permits, insurance claims, supply chains, contractor shortages, it all takes years, not months. We're almost at 4 years past the Marshall Fire, and only about 70% of the structures have been rebuilt. The 2-year anniversary of Maui just occurred, and only a handful of structures have been rebuilt. We need a disaster clause in this section, or at the very least, the clock should stop once a homeowner has applied for permits. Otherwise, this punishes families who are already going through the worst moments of their lives. This code also says if an accessory building or structure like a garage, shed, horse barn, or even an accessory dwelling unit is more than 60% destroyed, it cannot be rebuilt unless it complies with the new zoning. That makes no sense. We're now allowing ADUs citywide, yet this code would stop a homeowner from rebuilding their existing one if it burned down. And if we truly value housing choice and flexibility, then like-for-like replacement of accessory structures must be allowed. This section also says if a house or property is not used for 6 months, the right to continue that is terminated regardless of the reason. So families dealing with illness, estates, smoke damage, if a catastrophic event occurs or financial hardship, could easily lose longstanding property rights through no fault of their own. Another serious flaw is the authority given to the director to shut down any non-conforming use or structure deemed, quote, detrimental to health or safety, unquote. But those words are not defined. Currently, unsafe is determined by the city building inspector under the International Building Code, and that definition includes structural hazards, fire hazards, health risks, and that makes sense. But if new requirements like wildfire hardening created as a result of SB 23-166 or defensible space are later added into code, there's a real risk those could eventually become criteria for declaring homes unsafe. That will not only threaten property rights, but also add major costs for homeowners at a time when affordability is already in crisis. We're already seeing this trend in nearby cities. Boulder and Colorado Springs have adopted the Wildfire Urban Interface Code, which is known as the WUI code for new construction. Boulder is discussing applying it to existing homes in 2026. Just last month, Littleton adopted it for both new and existing housing with amendments. Lakewood isn't talking about it yet. However, there is a mandatory compliance date of July of 2026. Residents deserve to know whether failure to comply would mean a fine, a permit denial, or at the most extreme, an unsafe designation that could jeopardize their right to occupy or rebuild their home. This isn't about opposing safety. We all want residents safe in their homes, but safety and design standards must not become backdoor tools to strip away property rights. I urge council to 1, define unsafe clearly, 2, extend realistic timelines for rebuilding after a disaster, and 3, remove vague architectural design mandates that turn our government into a forced HOA. The bigger picture is this. People who built their homes and businesses legally should not have their rights chipped away because the city keeps rewriting the zoning code. Families should not lose property rights because of a storm or fire. Owners should not be blocked from rebuilding what they lawfully had before. And the city should not hold homeowners to vague standards or impossible timelines. Article 12, as written, weakens property rights. It penalizes people when disaster strikes. It prevents like-for-like rebuilding of accessory structures, and it gives too much unchecked power under the name of safety. I urge council to revise this section, add a disaster clause, allow accessory structures to be rebuilt, and tighten the safety language so it protects the people, not undermines them. Finally, I urge council to consider a residency requirement for department heads, especially the planning director. Decisions that reshape our neighborhoods should be made by leaders who live with the outcomes, not by the people commuting in from other cities. And with a publicly reported salary of $240,000 a year, affordability is not the barrier. Lakewood deserves leadership rooted in Lakewood. Lakewood residents deserve clear, fair, and limited government, not a zoning code that overreaches into our homes, our sheds, and our property rights.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, page 2. We'll start with Shane Sarnak, then Neil Priester, and then John Marcantoni.
Hello, my name is Shane Sarnak, and I live in Ward 3, near Florida and Wadsworth. I'm here today because I believe these proposed zoning changes are a vital step
Mr.
toward
Sarnak, I'm sorry. We need the clock to start. Sorry.
Oh, it looks like it started.
Can you restart that now? You're up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Shane Sarnak, and I live in Ward 3 near Florida and Wadsworth. I'm here today because I believe these proposed zoning changes are a vital step toward making Lakewood a healthier, safer, and more prosperous city. Unlike other cities in our region that are resisting reform, Lakewood is choosing to face reality. We have an affordability crisis of our own making, and zoning reform is one of the tools we can actually control. These updates are not only about housing, they are about making our entire city more livable. As someone who wants to walk to nearby restaurants and grocery stores, I'm encouraged that the new requirements will make it safer and more appealing to get around on foot. Right now, Lakewood is built for cars, not people, and this update is an important first step in correcting that imbalance. I know some people worry about traffic congestion and limited parking. I see both in a different light. Congestion slows cars down and slower speeds save lives. During COVID, when streets emptied, traffic fatalities actually went up because our roads are designed for speed, and speed kills. Parking scarcity, meanwhile, forces us to value space more wisely. Lakewood doesn't have a shortage of parking. We have an oversupply. Look no further than the massive parking lots at places like just north of Wadsworth and Jewel. When parking is fairly priced, more people choose to walk, bike, or use transit, which make our neighborhoods safer and more vibrant. These changes are also good economics. The more people who can live, shop, and meet their needs here, the more money circulates in local businesses and more revenue the city generates to improve parks, maintain infrastructure, and enhance quality of life. By embracing density and walkability, Lakewood positions itself to thrive while peer cities that resist change fall behind. And for me, this is personal. I just got married in May, and my wife and I hope to start a family soon. I want our children to grow up in a city that is safe to walk and bike in, where housing is affordable, and where families like mine can put down roots. I want that place to be Lakewood. Please adopt these zoning updates and help make our city a safer, healthier, and more affordable place to live for today's residents and for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil Priester.
That's Neil Priester. You can call me Neil Priester. I'm in Ward 1. And I wanted to express my gratitude for you all for being very responsive on public input on this process. It's a Herculean task, and you're doing it with targets on your back. It's not lost on us that are engaged in the process. I'm a member of Clean Energy Lakewood, and we are also a signer on SWEEP's letter of support for this zoning ordinance. For the most part, we are in support of these efforts. I think there are things can be improved upon, and I'd like to speak about some of those, specifically Article 13, which is a sustainable development. The enhanced development menu is Article 17.13.2.4. And it's a very strong document, but it can be enhanced towards those goals that are contained within the comprehensive plan. So Clean Energy Lakewood did make some recommendations to that. They're online. They're well documented. I want to talk about a different one here this evening. I would draw your attention to Lakewood's climate hazard and social vulnerability study that expresses strong support for those sustainability efforts within the existing housing stock. My concern with the zoning ordinance as written is that it very much addresses new development, but it hardly does anything for existing housing stock, and that's 42,000 homes in Lakewood. And that's one thing that the enhanced development menu can provide assistance on. Sorry, Councilor Cruz, I missed your roundtable on that on the 21st. I was out of town. As a result of sitting on the Lakewood Advisory Committee, I have the pleasure of sitting on the Front Range Sustainability Council, which is a regional council that looks at sustainability. And last time, Longmont presented that they are very envious of Lakewood's enhanced development menu. It's a robust document, and but it can be improved upon. So I extended invitations to visit my home on this year's Green Home Tour. The reason I did that is because it acts as a very good, effective case study on how to convert a 1941 home into a zero net energy, zero net carbon home. And my qualifications could qualify me for a development of 150,000 square feet. That's the highest category in the enhanced development menu. So conversely, those that are putting in large developments that could qualify for a very small number of points, I'm telling you that you can add a zero to all those point qualifiers and still not capture the goal of the comprehensive plan of limiting emissions. And there can be an argument made that that is a positive return on a financial investment. We're not talking about something that's going to break the bank. So there seems to be something wrong to me to the EDM if I can qualify for 150,000 square feet, and builders that would choose to use that as a tool to get around that can do so very effectively, and that's what I would like to see. Thanks for your help. Thanks for your good work.
Thank you. John Marcantoni, and then Nemo Salome, and then Chelsea Alexander.
Good evening, John Marcantonio from Ward 2, and I'm here with the Redress Movement. I'm coming to speak today because I had heard in some previous roundtable meetings some considerations to exclude HOAs from, or giving HOAs an ability to opt out of the inclusionary zoning code. To just be clear, I support the inclusionary zoning code. I think it's very promising. And the reason that the potential HOA exemption as a compromise is troubling to us is that HOAs were created in order to enforce racial covenants, where white families signed a document stating that they would not sell their homes to black families. And HOAs were set up extensively in Lakewood. In fact, during the height of racial segregation, over 82 neighborhoods in Lakewood had active housing covenants. And these covenants were so prevalent that Lakewood was 95% white until the year 2000. So this isn't ancient history. And when HOAs are allowed to have this level of power, it disproportionately affects black and brown communities and black and brown families. It is our hope that the inclusionary zoning ordinance will make Lakewood a more attractive place for black and brown families. And already in East Lakewood, 20% of the population is Latino, and over 5%, or roughly 5 to 7% of the population is African American, and then we have about 3% Asian. East Lakewood is the most racially diverse part of Lakewood, and these zoning updates will allow for East Lakewood to be better developed and more affordable for those families and more attractive for BIPOC-run businesses. And so all that being said, if you allow for an opt-out clause for HOAs, it stands to reason that a history that only stopped 25 years ago may begin again, and it allows for a loophole that will be incredibly damaging to the diversity and inclusion in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. You're up. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is Anemone Salome, or Nemo. I use they, them pronouns. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Jefferson County Food Policy Council, where many of our members are from wards 1, 2, and 3. Our mission is simple: to ensure every resident, regardless of zip code, income, or culture, has access to affordable, fresh, and culturally relevant food in Jefferson County. We know that zoning is not neutral. For generations, it has been used in Lakewood to exclude, segregate, oppress, displace, and disenfranchise people of color through racist covenants, restrictive HOAs as well, and exclusionary zoning. Unfortunately, these patterns did not disappear. Lakewood remains significantly more white than Denver to this day because of their evolution. A professor at the Colorado School of Mines has documented at least 82 subdivisions built in Jefferson County and hundreds of individual homes that were covered by racially restrictive covenants. HOAs have roots in the same history of racism. They were popularized in the 1920s to help standardize racially restrictive covenants in the new suburban housing developments. And allowing entire HOAs or neighborhoods to opt out of this update would repeat that harm and deepen inequity. The way we regulate land today will decide whether families can grow food in their own yards and safely walk to a grocery store, whether small, locally owned and culturally rooted businesses can survive, and future generations inherit communities that are livable, healthy, and diverse. Unfortunately, the current 2040 plan does not go far enough to specifically counter these legacies. Because of this, we created the Justice and Resilience Plan alongside the Redress Movement. And this plan calls for policies that actively protect Black, Brown, Indigenous, and residents of color from displacement, focus on supporting and expanding community gardens, farm stands, and urban farms primarily in wards 1, 2, and 3, where food deserts still exist, and incentivize BIPOC-owned food businesses to open and operate in Lakewood, as well as integrate climate-smart design in heat-prone and low-income neighborhoods. Zoning created today's inequities, but it can also dismantle them. The redress movement has documented Lakewood's long history of racial covenants and exclusionary zoning, and extensive research shows that repairing this harm benefits every resident. At your request, we are happy to share the data and resources with you to support this work. Please adopt zoning code changes that make equity and food access enforceable standards, not optional guidelines, and reject amendments that let HOAs and neighborhoods block progress. A few loud voices should not determine Lakewood's future. We look forward to working with you to ensure that this zoning update reflects equity, repair, and justice for every person in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next we have Chelsea Alexander, and then on deck, excuse me, Maria Starkey, and then Regina Hopkins.
Good evening, councilors, Mayor Strom. My name is Chelsea Alexander, and I live at the intersection of 26th and Sims. As a Lakewood resident, an advocate for the climate, and member of local grassroots climate group 350 Colorado, I'm really excited to be here tonight and hear all the excellent points that have been raised by people before me and people to come, and continue, much like them, to urge you to pass the most positively climate impactful zoning updates possible. I purchased my first home last year with my husband, and while proud of that achievement, I'm also troubled and frustrated by how many of my peers do not have access to that reality despite have well-paying jobs and good plans for the future. So I want to just highlight that the 6 directives that have been put forth in this zoning plan and these updates, I think reflect the shared values that we're hearing tonight about creating a more healthy, inclusive, accessible community while in the face of the climate crisis, the greatest issue that humanity has ever faced. The Sustainability Committee ad hoc that has been described tonight too is the first time I was hearing of that, as I'm a little newer to the issue. Really pleased to hear that and hear that strong consideration for bringing in experts to have the most informed opinions, strategies, and plan possible for this. And to really underscore again within the climate crisis, land use is even more important as we face new and unprecedented challenges that occur every day. Things like water use, energy use, and safe and bikeable, walkable spaces are integral to this vision. And I personally would love to keep living here and getting to enjoy local businesses and amenities without having to drive and park and be worried about being possibly hit if I choose to walk or bike. So in this plan, I'm excited to see ultimately a vision for pushing back against urban sprawl that uses land and resources inefficiently. It is our responsibility here and now in this country that has the largest carbon footprint of any nation in the world to think critically about solutions that align with Colorado's state goals and their greenhouse gas reduction roadmap to be net zero emissions by 2040. Every effort to decarbonize our communities and infrastructure should be pursued, and our homes zoning codes present a huge opportunity to be aligned with those goals I just described. And the last thing I'll say, amongst all the good and all the things that I'm excited to see, transparency is equally important in this process. And overreach that possibly favors developers or specific land use must be treated seriously. I commend those that have commented already this evening, pointing out the racial and economic injustices of zoning codes from the past and our immense need to build a world based on justice, equity, diversity, accessibility, and inclusion. Thank you so much for helping be leaders in the way, and I look forward to seeing these positive changes come to light.
Thank you. Maria Starkey.
My name is Maria Starkey, and I live in Ward 4 near Green Mountain. I'm in favor of these changes and think they're critical for the health of our living community. I've lived in Lakewood for 4 years now, and I love it. Almost 3 years ago, my apartment flooded with sewage water, and my husband and I became homeless. for 2 months while we searched for somewhere that we could afford to live even with our 2 incomes. Lacking a stable living situation was one of the worst feelings I have ever experienced. Gratefully, we were able to find safe places to sleep and stay temporarily while we waited for the purchase of our townhome to go through. Housing insecurity affects many people that I love. They are unable to find affordable housing due to their income being both too high to live in subsidized housing and too low to afford a safe, comfortable option. I'm one of the few people in my generation that I know who own a home due to kind family members who let us live with them rent-free for years. Now, I live in a cute 1960s townhome near Green Mountain and love our eclectic community. Lakewood has been my home for 4 years and I want to support it thriving. These zoning changes will allow healthy change to meet housing gaps and help our community stay vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Regina Hopkins, and then David Rothenberger, and then Nicholas Munden. Oh, no, you spoke for general public comment. Never mind. Can I not? Yeah.
Regina Hopkins, Ward 5. Many people choose to live in Lakewood because of its suburban character, pockets of rural feel, and neighborhoods with space and mature trees. But the new 2025 proposed zoning code changes threaten to erode the last remaining parts that make Lakewood unique. Under the new proposed standards, residential lots could be built from lot line to lot line with gigantic warehouse-type buildings that would be allowed to tower over the existing modest residential homes with no density limitations for how many people could live in there. This kind of massive change will irreversibly alter all of Lakewood's neighborhoods. It's not Lakewood's job to house the entire region. Quit continuing to support state mandates that shove density down our throats, whether we want it or not. It will also not help affordability, so stop believing that. If you want density, Denver is right next door. If Lakewood were truly committed to protecting its residents and home rule status, it should join the 6 other Front Range cities who have filed lawsuits against the state, arguing that these density mandates violate their home rule rights and strip away local control. There are several other environmental areas of concern in the new proposed code that must be addressed. First, bird safe glass. The code appears in multiple sections, but as written, it only applies to buildings over 45 feet tall, adjacent to parks larger than 10 acres. The truth is that the majority of bird collisions happen in the first 40 feet, which is basically all of the feet that aren't included in the new wording. This wording absolutely must be changed since it's written as the bird safe rule will almost never apply and will not actually help prevent many bird deaths at all. The wording should read, bird safe glass designed to prevent bird collisions shall be required for all glass surfaces facing a public park on new buildings, major renovations, and window replacements. Bird safe glass shall meet a threat factor of 25 or lower as defined by the American Bird Conservancy. Second, tree preservation. The code currently states that mature trees shall be preserved to the extent reasonably feasible, but developers can always argue that preservation isn't feasible if it conflicts with their preferred site plan, which is what happened with the Belmar Park fiasco. To prevent this, you should replace the words reasonably feasible with trees shall be preserved unless the applicant demonstrates a thorough, clear, convincing evidence that no reasonable alternative exists. Additionally, we need to limit director discretion to ensure there is oversight to prevent unilateral decisions by a single staff member. You could have a tree board or urban forestry commission that requires review by a multi-member board, city staff, certified arborists, environmental experts, and community representatives, as well as a public notice about comment period. I will have additional suggestions on Lakewood Speaks.
David Rothenberger.
Hi there, my name is David Rothenberger. Hi there, my name is David Rothenberger, and I live in Ward 1, right at 13th and Garrison. And what I'm concerned about is I'm actually against the zoning. This is the third zoning we have had in 15 years. The first zoning, which was right around 2010, rezoned all of the station area plans. That is just coming into effect now, and it is starting to become one of the problems where they tried to reduce the parking. Well, what do we have? We have parking problems right now at the Oak Street Station. We're going to have them at the Wadsworth Station. We have them at the Lamar Station, and we also have them at the Sheridan Station. So the parking mandate should be nothing. I mean, we should have a minimum standard, but nothing above that. The reason why, because they moved it to, I think it was from 1 down to 0.75. Well, now we have people parking all around, or now the apartment complexes are asking for paid parking. So what are people doing? They're taking up all the streets. It's becoming a safety hazard for all those areas around those areas. And also with most of the with the zoning plans that were done around 2010, that was also where most of the state mandates have now come from, of higher density and less things. So we've already made all of those accommodations for everything that the state has done. We've already done that in the city of Lakewood. We just aren't pushing it forward to it on right now. And so as I say, we've just got a big parking problem in the city of Lakewood. And then also we've got the section 1713.3, which is the greenhouse gas emissions performance standards. I read the section, what the heck is it? I don't see any standards whatsoever. I don't even know what it is. And then the same thing in 17.13.5, climate protection and sustainability program fund. That sounds like a slush fund to me, because it's like, where's the money going to go and how's it going to be used? So right now, I am totally against this whole the rezoning, because we've already got it. And also, zoning takes time to implement. 2010, they're just getting around to it right now. We've built 2 apartment complexes at 13th and Wadsworth. That took them 12 years to build it after the zoning was changed. And the zoning was already there in place in the 1960s. So it wasn't a change. It's just, you've got to have time for this zoning plan to come into effect. And right now we're just rushing it. We don't even have a sustainability plan to know where we want to go sustainable. Then we can do the zoning code. We're doing it backwards. So I am totally against the whole zoning code on this for right now. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Nicholas Munden.
Good evening again. An exhaustive analysis of Article 17.6 reveals several core thematic principles. First, the code mandates a holistic design approach requiring developers to consider not only the primary building, but also its relationship with the streetscape, adjacent properties, and the natural environment. This is evidenced by the integration of standards for architecture, landscaping, pedestrian circulation, and even utility screening. Second, the code strategically employs administrative discretion as a means of balancing perspective mandates with the flexibility needed to address unique site conditions or innovative design proposals. The frequent mention of the director's discretion indicates a deliberate policy choice to allow for professional judgment in a way that rigid regulations might not. This might be a very slippery slope. Finally, the code places a significant emphasis on environmental stewardship. I still think we can improve this by linking design directly to sustainability through the preservation of existing trees, strategic use of water, and energy-efficient landscaping. These are not merely recommendations, they are a clear directive to integrate passive energy design principles into site planning. These are comprehensive standards that move beyond simple aesthetics to address the environmental impact of new development. We must continue to promote these small little initiatives that improve sustainability. I ask, has the strategic housing plan been updated? to reflect the updated homeless report. That was given a few weeks back as well. I also ask, how many affordable housing projects are currently being built, and how many are in the permitting process? Is it still 0? Thank you.
Thank you. And we are up to our second pooled speaker this evening, Ms. Celia Greenman. There you go. And I need to confirm, I've got Tom and Mary Polson here also with you. Are Tom and Mary Polson here? Ms. Greenman?
Oh, I can have your time? I guess they may have left. I don't know.
Barbara White?
Such friends.
Would you like to take 3 minutes?
I'll take 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Celia Greenman. I'm in Ward 2. Thank you for the roundtables that you've conducted on this very complex topic. At the Ward 3 meeting on August 12th, Stephen Buckley surprised me with a slide entitled Lessons Learned from 777 South Yarrow Street. However, as I read the zoning map, I see that RM zoning is planned along the north and west sides of Belmar Park. Clearly, the city has not learned that residents and park visitors do not want 2 to 4 story apartment buildings surrounding the park, just as we did not want the 6-story apartment complex at the east end. This zoning should be changed to RLB, which is compatible with many of the existing homes. Also, Councilor Lowe told me early in the year that don't worry, we have fixed the regulations for park adjacent development. That was small consolation for the desecration that 777 South Yarrow Street would cause to Belmar Park, which is a unique park to the city, and by the way, that case is being contested in Jefferson County Court. Now we find out there really isn't a fix and that apartment complexes would be allowed with RM zoning. For 2 years, we have heard City Council state there was nothing they could do about 777 South Yarrow Street. City Council, here is your opportunity to do something positive for parks and the wildlife that inhabit an increasingly small portion of Lakewood. Eliminate RM zoning around every park. People are not the only ones inhabiting this planet, and this is a small protection that wildlife could use. It was exactly a year ago that Planning Commission jettisoned a resolution that said the Lakewood zoning ordinance should be amended to add a specific criteria to be evaluated on developments adjacent to city parks. The Planning Commission recommends that in reviewing a major site plan application, the ordinance require the evaluation of the potential effects of a park-adjacent development on habitats within the park, including any demonstrable effects on park flora and fauna. This idea was repudiated by Commissioner Buckley, and the resolution was defeated 4-1. Now, a year later, there is the opportunity to include exactly that language in the zoning code, which otherwise does not contain any mention of the environment unless it relates to greenhouse emissions. Do you want to get the designation of bird-friendly city for Lakewood? I urge you to require environmental evaluations for park-adjacent developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, up next we have Ben David Hensley, and then on deck I've got David Persons and then Robert Adams. And quick note, while we're waiting for our next speaker to come up, if at this point you're getting tired of waiting for the opportunity to speak, just a quick reminder, lakewood.speaks.org is available. Another option I did not mention earlier today is if someone is up here speaking something that you want to kind of double click on, emphasize, little exclamation emoji, you can raise your hand as well, and we'll take note of that.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Councilors. My name is Ben. I use he, him pronouns. I'm blessed to serve as a pastor to the people of Lakewood, serving with the congregation of Lakewood United Methodist Church, and I'm proud to be here with Together Colorado. I live in Ward 2, and I rise this evening to urge your support of this zoning code rewrite. Now, I'm less interested in speaking about the technicalities of what's before us this evening than I am about the signs that I see on the roadways when I drive into Lakewood from, say, Denver or Wheat Ridge. They can be unassuming signs. Sometimes they're below a much larger sign that just says, "Welcome to Lakewood." But underneath that "Welcome to Lakewood" is a poignant and perhaps aspirational promise that we seem to be making, that we are building an inclusive city. The people who work here in Lakewood, who drive our buses, who work in our hospitals, who teach our children, who clean our buildings, who prepare our food and serve it to us, who patrol our streets and who put out our fires, deserve to also live here. And if we fail as a city to use all of the methods at our disposal, including our zoning policies and building codes, to make housing more affordable, then we fail our stated values. We say to a group of people who happen to make less than $90,000 to $120,000 a year that we are building an inclusive city, but only for those who can afford it. Any effort we might make as a city to be diverse, putting rainbows on our marketing, stating that Black Lives Matter, celebrating Dia de los Muertos in the Arts District, all of that is meaningless if we're not willing to allow housing in our city that people can actually afford. There's a lot of energy in this place tonight directed toward trying to find some way to dismantle this effort to rewrite our zoning code. And I hear a lot in conversations like these about protecting the character of a neighborhood. But I only hear that when we're describing neighborhoods that are economically walled off to people unless they earn a certain amount of money or inherit a certain amount of wealth. And that just makes me think of Jesus, who very clearly described that kind of separation himself that defines these neighborhoods in his own time, when he told the story of the rich man who was dressed in purple and fine linens and who feasted sumptuously every day, while at his gate laid a poor man named Lazarus. Now, I am the recipient of affordable housing. I am only able to live in this city that I'm so blessed to serve because my congregation provides me a home. So I consider myself outrageously lucky. Housing should not be a luxury, but in our city it is. And I think all of us here can agree that the housing cost is a problem in our city. So if we fail to pass this legislation, I think we should just go ahead and tear down those signs that say we're building an inclusive city, because they would simply be a lie. Thank you.
Thank you. David Persons, welcome.
David Persons, Ward 4. I want to say amen to my pastor who just preceded me. Thank you, Ben. And I think so much has been said already, exactly what needs to be done here. But tonight I just want to say it as a veteran. You know, when you're lying on the ground, scared to death because of the combat that's going on around you, you want a home. You want a safe place. You want a place where you can lay down and feel like, hey, this is a place that I can be. Come back from Vietnam, it's nice to have a home. It's nice to have a home and a safe home. Let's make a few more places available for those vets who want to come home. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Adams. Then we have Caitlin Stinger and Matthew Seligson on deck.
Hello, I'm Robert Adams. I live in Ward 2. I'm here to express my strong support for the draft zoning changes. As I think you all know, about half of current Lakewood residents are cost burdened by housing, myself included. That's an incredible and horrifying statistic. These conditions are why we see more and more people priced out of housing and tragically living on the street unhoused. On roughly 60% of the land in Lakewood, it is right now illegal to build anything except attached single-family housing. The last few decades basically saw government-mandated suburban sprawl, And now we have all of the problems that go with that. On the other hand, missing middle like duplexes and triplexes are much cheaper to build, more attainable for working class people, and far more environmentally friendly. Legalizing those housing types means a very slow, gentle, necessary process of development over many years. If anything, change will come too slowly. We need truly affordable housing at all price points, and while zoning is just one tool in the toolbox, it's an important one. There is ongoing work right now, aside from this rewrite, towards so-called inclusionary zoning, but it is sometimes forgotten that what we have now is exclusionary zoning. Before Lakewood was Lakewood, racial covenants throughout the city have legally forbade non-white people from living in certain neighborhoods. When these covenants were eventually made illegal, other tools of segregation, like redlining, emerged. Then the 60s brought efforts to desegregate schools through busing programs. People in Jefferson County near Denver were so horrified by the idea of their white kids going to school with black and brown kids that they incorporated as a city of Lakewood to stop it. As legal efforts to stop redlining took shape, the next tactic of racial exclusion emerged, make it so the only people that can live in certain areas are the ones that can afford their own house on their own lot. The zoning says if you can't afford that, go live somewhere else. That's exclusionary by design. Keep the out groups out. That's most of Lakewood today. Right now, City Council has a chance to chip away at the housing crisis in general and segregation specifically. The draft zoning changes are currently a great compromise between affordability and gentle growth. Many restrictions are in place on building size, green space, and so forth, designed to prevent large structures from appearing in places where they don't make sense. Any watering down of these updates, as currently written, in terms of more strict unit constraints or size-based restrictions, will only serve to worsen the housing crisis. Any carve-outs for certain neighborhoods or areas will serve as an extension of long-standing tools of segregation. A few loud voices always fight progress, but I encourage you to keep in front of mind the tens of thousands of people living and working in Lakewood right now, struggling to afford housing, and perhaps also the many people that might be living in Lakewood today if racist policies of the past and present had not walled them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Caitlin Stenger?
Thank you all for this time for public comment. I'm Caitlin Stenger, 515 North Clarkson Street. I would like to agree with someone who prior made public comment to remove the HOA exemption if it's at all possible. I think that HOAs consolidate quite a lot of power and can leverage that against homeowners and tenants and residents, and that can be weaponized quite quickly. With the exception of that HOA exception, I would like to state my support for the remaining sections of the revised zoning as they're written out. This zoning does lay the groundwork for more just and equitable housing, such as cooperatives, mixed use, social housing, and many others. What this does is it means that people who are in Lakewood can stay in Lakewood and preserve our community and cultural heritage. This also aligns with the sustainability efforts and the ongoing climate crisis. What I mean by that is that smaller dwelling sizes and shared dwelling sizes, whether they share a wall, they all consume less energy and have a less energy intensity compared to single family homes. What that means is two different things. We'll be able to address our sustainability goals, which you have just passed, I think, earlier in the day. And then the second piece here is that it'll actually allow for affordability, particularly as Excel eyes increasing both natural gas rates as well as electricity rates. And so it's addressing both the climate crisis as well as the affordability crisis and expanding who gets to, or actually just the people who are here, making sure that they get to stay here and making sure that they get to build families and community and have that memory staying here. With that, thank you so much for your time, and I yield my time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Matthew Seligson, and I'm on 15 and Platt. I just wanted to say, echo based on what Caitlin said, except for the HOAs. I do think this is a great start to something that could, maintain equity and inclusivity and just maintenance of those who are trying to stay here and live here and not live paycheck to paycheck, but can thrive here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have up next Aaron Trope, then on deck Amy Dieknicker, and then Philip Hardingen.
Hello, Council. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak in favor of the amended zoning. As many other people have stated, many municipalities in Jeffco, including Lakewood, heavily favor single-family zoning. This exacerbates inequality, encourages sprawl, and results in difficult-to-address housing shortages. According to a recent regional assessment of housing needs, which I believe that you received, a quarter of Lakewood residents are severely cost-burdened, meaning they spend over 50% of their income on their housing. And this can be directly tied to the current zoning restrictions with single-family housing heavily favored. The zoning proposal is well thought out, comprehensive, and a rare opportunity to address this. It maintains the character of Lakewood neighborhoods with heightened setback requirements, while starting to fill in the missing middle by allowing for multi-tenant builds on plots now restricted for single family. This on its own won't address everything, but it is a first step. It enables the development of homes for working families where they can afford space for their children. It allows people that are currently locked out of home ownership, including the children of Lakewood homeowners, to find a starter home. It allows for seniors to downsize and remain in the neighborhood where they've lived forever. And it allows Lakewood to provide more housing on lots that have already been developed without further sprawl. I strongly urge the City Council to adopt the proposed zoning and take a step forward towards affordability for Lakewood residents. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Amy Dieknicker.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Amy Dieknicker. I'm with Metro West Housing Solutions. Metro West Housing Solutions is the housing authority for the City of Lakewood. We own and manage 16 affordable rental communities throughout Lakewood and Denver, and we have been serving low-income and moderate-income individuals in Lakewood for 50 years. Unlike developers who often come in, build, and move out and move on, we remain a long-term community partner and deeply committed to building and maintaining communities that are well-designed, well-managed, and sustainable. If we compromise on design, open space, or parking, it directly impacts our residents, our staff, and our neighbors for years to come. Parking is a key part of that balance. Under state law, this zoning update exempts affordable housing from strict parking minimums. This policy is based on solid empirical data that affordable, supportive, and senior communities consistently require fewer parking spaces than comparable market rate communities. Parking, especially structured parking, is also very, very costly. I'm here to confirm that in Lakewood, this is true. The current parking requirements for our senior properties are the same as our family properties. However, our senior properties utilize only 60 to 70% of the spaces. By reducing unnecessary parking, we free up resources to offer lower rental rates and to provide amenities and supportive services that we know strengthen our communities. We know how much parking our residents need, and we will provide it. This update doesn't eliminate parking. It gives us the flexibility to design smarter, more sustainable communities. And for affordable housing, that flexibility can mean the difference between a project moving forward or never being built. On behalf of Metro West, I want to thank the City Council for your leadership on affordable housing policy and to commend the planning staff and the Planning Commission for their informed and thoughtful approach to this code update. We're proud to be your partner in building high-quality, affordable, and sustainable communities in Lakewood, And I respectfully ask for you to approve the Articles 6 through 14 tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Philip Hartigan. No? Okay, he is not here. Bonnie. I won't pronounce this right. I'm going to apologize now. Gwen?
It's okay. It's a butchered last name. You can say New England.
Yep, right here, please. And if you'll start with your name and address or name and ward, we'll get your 3 minutes started.
Good evening. My name is Bonnie Nguyen, and I'm a candidate for Lakewood City Council Ward 3. As an EMT...
And I'm sorry, a quick reminder, we can't use this for any
I'm sorry, that's just my
campaigning.
introduction. I wasn't
Okay.
going to say anything more on that. As an EMT, I've seen firsthand how small details in our city's codes can have big impacts on our community's safety. If you've ever been to a popular drive-thru, you've likely seen the line of cars spill onto our streets. In-N-Out Burger wasn't so in and out. It's more than just an inconvenience. It's concerning that this kind of traffic congestion is right next to an ER, next to Wadsworth Boulevard, next to a major intersection. It's a serious public safety hazard that can block access to and from a critical facility for residents and first responders. We know this issue was so severe for months after it opened that the Lakewood Police was heavily involved in managing the traffic, a problem the business should have handled themselves. Why were taxpayer resources being allocated to manage a problem the director created without community input? Our zoning code is supposed to prevent this, but it fails. In Article 17.8.7.3, it only mandates a minimum of 4 stacking spaces for a restaurant drive-thru. It did not account for the type of business or data that has long shown the ridiculously long lines and congestion it would bring. This kind of development is handled through a standard administrative review process by the planning department, a system designed to allow developers to work directly with a single official and their team. It bypasses the community and hands over significant power to an unelected director. This isn't a mistake, but a symptom of a larger problem. Our zoning codes leaves too many critical decisions to the vague discretion of a single unelected official. For example, the code allows the director to determine requirements based on a queuing study, but it doesn't specify who pays for or reviews that study. This lack of transparency invites biased developer-funded plans. This is how you get a plan that works on paper but fails in practice, forcing the public to live with its consequences. We are seeing this issue repeated in the proposed zoning updates. Residents are speaking out because they know the director has too much authority when approving projects that go against the community's wishes, like RM zoning on land that borders a park and failing to protect our tree canopies. Our trees provide more than just health benefits. They are vital in our city's infrastructure, filtering air pollutants, cooling neighborhoods, reducing storm runoff, encouraging walkability. The list is endless. All are benefits that outweigh unchecked developer profits. When we protect our trees, our open spaces, and return power to the people, we create a healthier community, which means less strain on our healthcare system and the overworked healthcare providers and first responders. The decisions that affect our daily lives should be made by the community, not by one person, especially an unelected person. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have Stefka Fanchi, and then on deck Carolyn Leland, and then Max Nardo.
Good evening. I'm Stefka Fanchi, and I'm a resident of Lakewood's Ward 3. I'm also CEO of Elevation Community Land Trust, a Colorado nonprofit organization. Our mission is to partner with local communities to ensure families can access opportunity through permanently affordable homeownership. ECLT helps stabilize families through the use of the Community Land Trust model, a proven asset building tool for lower income communities and communities of color that are at risk of displacement. We are proud to be part of the team that will bring a full spectrum of affordable housing to state-owned land near the DMV in Ward 2. I'm here tonight to urge you to adopt the proposed zoning code update, which supports Lakewood's affordable housing and climate goals by legalizing more affordable housing types on smaller lots and allowing more parking flexibility in Lakewood. Because of this code update, we will be able to deliver beautiful, right-sized duplexes affordable for sale to families earning less than the average Lakewood resident. These will be starter homes for young couples or a welcome opportunity for seniors to downsize. They will be the reason that early career teachers make Lakewood their homes and why first responders can live in the city they serve. The median home sale price in Lakewood is nearly $600,000, a number that would have prevented me from putting down roots here 25 years ago when I was a city employee. My own modest home has tripled in value, and while that may look nice on paper, I know that it means my daughters will not have the same opportunity I had to live in this beautiful and diverse community. The homeownership rate is lower in Lakewood than throughout the state, and those rates are falling. In fact, over the past 15 years, Colorado's rate of homeownership have dropped more rapidly than any other state in the nation. This has far-reaching implications. Without affordable homeownership, we cut off the possibility of upward mobility that used to be an American promise. Homeowners feel more secure in their finances, have less anxiety about their futures, and stay longer with one employer. They are more likely to be civically engaged through volunteerism and local voting, and they have higher levels of net worth compared to their neighbors who rent. People who own their homes are statistically less likely to develop chronic illnesses and diseases and are more likely to have health insurance. In short, homeownership is not just good for the homeowner, but for our entire community. Lakewood has a valuable opportunity to advance its housing supply and affordability, environmental and fiscal sustainability goals by adopting this proposal. And I urge you to move forward with these proposed changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Caroline Leland.
Good evening. My name is Caroline Leland, and I work on housing and land use policy at the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, or SWEEP. I'm here to speak emphatically in favor of the proposed zoning code updates. In addition to the essential affordability, health, safety, and community benefits that other speakers have described, this update has deeply impactful environmental and climate benefits. Goal 16 of your newly adopted comprehensive plan is to have a sustainable built and natural environment, ensuring Lakewood's buildings and infrastructure are resource efficient and that they advance decarbonization. The proposed zoning update advances this goal, and I'm here to give some more details as to why. Housing policy is transportation policy, it's energy policy, and it's water policy. The transportation sector contributes more greenhouse gas emissions than any other sector in Colorado, and it's also the furthest behind decarbonization goals than other sectors. When we build homes far away from our city centers, which has been our dominant development pattern over the last few decades, we are locking in longer commutes and trips for everyone who lives there. Under current development policies, half of the housing expected to be added to the region by 2050 will be on greenfield and natural lands. That's where you should be worried about tree loss. On the other hand, compact neighborhoods with relatively smaller homes on smaller lots, closer to jobs and public transit with shorter commutes, those require a lot less land and a lot less driving. These types of neighborhoods have about half the greenhouse gas impact of places out on the edges, with larger homes, larger lots, and longer commutes. The types of policies you're considering tonight are predicted to result in an 82% reduction in per capita land consumption as compared to a more sprawling business as usual scenario. And to break down the home energy usage factor, heating and cooling consumes the most energy in homes, and single-family detached homes are bigger and have 4 walls and a roof to insulate and thus take more energy. As someone recently mentioned, another speaker tonight, the shared walls of apartments means less energy use. Townhomes, which are in the middle, use about 30% less energy than a detached house. I don't think anyone has talked yet tonight about water, but townhomes use about 1/3 of the water that a typical single-family house uses, mostly due to the difference in yard sizes. A large single-family house uses more than 8 times more water than a townhome. In conclusion, under the Trump administration, there's been a lot of talk in the conservation community that without federal support, we need to look harder at local levers for change. Lakewood's proposed zoning code update is a powerful local policy lever. I urge you to heed my fellow speakers in support and pass this climate-smart zoning update. Thank you.
Max Nardo.
Thank you, Mayor Strom. Thank you, Council. My name is Max Nardo. I'm a housing researcher with the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project. We're a regional environmental group. My colleague Caroline spoke about some of our environmental concerns. So I'm going to talk a bit about evidence that these policies do in fact work to deliver affordability in other places where they're in use, specifically the smaller houses on smaller lots policies here. So as has been said, I'll say it again, goal 19 of your comp plan is a diverse, affordable, accessible housing market. And I first want to contrast that against what's being built now. Earlier today, I looked up on the HUD database of what has been permitted in the last 10 years in Lakewood, and 97% of the homes that have been permitted to be built are either single-family homes or they're in apartment buildings of 5 or more units. Which is to say that only 3% have been in this middle category of duplexes and townhomes that a lot of folks have talked about the need for tonight, quintessential starter homes that have basically disappeared from the market here. And at the same time, from your own housing plan, right now 3/4 of households in Lakewood have only 1 or 2 people living in them, which is just to highlight the mismatch between lack of building these mid-sized homes and what the needs are right now, which probably explains why these reforms are popular. Again, from your own housing plan, 50% of survey respondents support having triplexes in their own neighborhood, against 30% opposed, so 50 to 30 based on what they know so far. Legalizing townhomes does deliver the affordability benefits. Once again, from your own housing plan, single-family homes built since the year 2000, they average 2,600 square feet with a current market price of $1.1 million. So that's what's getting built now. That's on page 80 of that plan. Meanwhile, townhomes and duplexes average 1,600 square feet with a $600,000 market value. So about half there, about halfway in price. So this proposition allows more of the latter without taking away the former. Other places have found similar results. Time is short, so I can't tick through it, but I would suggest looking at Boise, Durham, Houston. Portland has done similar reforms. I've emailed you all about this, but they're delivering townhomes that are about $250,000 less. If you look at Zillow right now in Lakewood, if you look for a townhome that is under $450,000 without a really high HOA fee, you'll find one result. And if you look this up in Portland, you'll find 45 that are for sale right now under $450,000 with a HOA fee under $50, which is to say that this type of policy you're looking at, it will deliver the results you're looking for in terms of affordability. I have 5 seconds left. Habitat loss is the largest threat to birds and the largest driver of bird extinction. So I would consider efficient land use as a positive bird policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I have a second Robert Adams, different address. Do you have another Robert Adams in the room? Nope, okay. Then Joshua Comden, and then on deck, Finiala Wright, Asa Ferrer, and then Lisa Ruxtales. Thank you, everybody, for your patience with me as I'm not getting a lot of names correctly.
Hello. I want to start off by bragging about myself. I got a bachelor's in chemical engineering, and because I didn't think there was enough math in engineering, I went and got a master's and PhD in operations research. If you're not sure about what operations research is, it was actually invented by the military in World War II because they wanted to know, well, is it better to explode a bomb at 35 feet above the ground or at ground level? They also wanted to figure out, where do you put the armor on planes? They wanted to figure out how to send logistics so that we could eventually have this nice boat full of ice cream for the troops in the Pacific Islands. And the technology has gone into being used for GPS. And now it's even used in determining snow plowing routes, plane routes, and even figuring out ward boundaries and how you distribute food to food banks. I don't use my skills for all that. I design controls for the power grid, specifically on how do you use a solar farm to stabilize the grid, and that's what I do. And so moving on to about housing, I have lived here for about 5.5 years, and I've learned that there's no amount of education that I could get that will allow me to pass through these virtual walls that separate class from class in Lakewood. I live in the same apartment I've lived in for 5.5 years, and my rent has gone up 28%. All the single-family homes are way too expensive that I could ever dream to get here in Lakewood, because I could probably only afford something that's about $350,000 to get a mortgage for, but everything is, you know, way above that. So yeah, I can probably only get a townhome, condo, or a multiplex, and that's fine for me. I don't necessarily need a single-family home. I want you to defend this zoning changes, not because the state is bringing some big law, but because you know this will take down these virtual walls that have segregated our city into gated communities. How can we call ourselves an inclusive city while maintaining 60% land as single-family home for only the upper classes? Thank you.
Thank you. Feniola Wright.
Okay. Hi, my name is Fenala Wright. My pronouns are they, them, and I'm a fourth-generation Coloradan. My family settled in this state more than 120 years ago. They built motorhomes all over the Southwest, rose as prominent community members in Denver and in Jefferson County, and gave back to this state in meaningful ways. I am here to stand in support of zoning changes in Lakewood. I grew up in the shadow of the Rocky Mountains, watching my city, my county, and my state change in front of my very eyes, mostly for the better. I have also seen suburban sprawl infest Jefferson County, taking away the unique beauty of my home and fill it with neighborhoods that are not walkable, diverse, or affordable, but are just carbon copies of each other, with large lawns of non-native Kentucky bluegrass, miles of pavement, and big block single-family homes. We can start the process of fixing this. Comprehensive zoning, along with safe and fast public transportation and a mixture of shops, houses, and community centers, will be first step in fixing this. I would rather live in a city and county that cares about their marginalized people, and while it's not sexy, this zoning allows for that to happen. This is not the end-all be-all to the housing crisis on the for the Front Range, but it is a start. My friends and I would love to own something to call a house or a home, but that is simply not possible for my generation unless substantial zoning and other housing, unless substantial housing zoning happens, or another housing crash, which I already lived through one, so no thank you. Please vote yes. Sorry.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Asa Fair, and I'm a resident of Ward 3. I'm here to voice my support for the proposed changes to the Lakewood zoning code. I love the city of Lakewood, but I have unfortunately never lived here at a time where home ownership was a realistic possibility for someone like me. With that in mind, I'm pleased that Lakewood is actively working towards making changes that might change that in the future. The price of housing is a fundamental issue that impacts the lives of every citizen that calls Lakewood home or would like to call Lakewood home in the future. Because of that, I'm a member of Livable Lakewood, and I am proud of a letter that we helped organize and send to the council in support of the proposed zoning updates. This letter contains some critical insights that I would like to reiterate. A few of the included points are the fact that allowing more affordable housing types, as the proposal would do, like duplexes, triplexes, townhomes, gives people the opportunity to live in a housing type that meets their needs. Lakewood's housing strategy notes that existing duplexes and townhomes sell for around $230,000 less than the price of single-family houses, about 2/3 of the price. Another important portion of the proposal is parking flexibility. Parking flexibility significantly improves affordability. A single parking space costs between $20,000 and $50,000 to build. Rigid minimum parking requirements have an outsized negative impact on affordable housing, especially for older adults, because low-income households and seniors own fewer cars and drive less on average. Requiring the same amount of parking for these homes, for these populations, is inefficient and simply unfair. Lakewood's proposed reforms are also important from a city budget perspective. When homes are spread out on open space, public infrastructure like roads, water lines, emergency services must all cover more ground to serve fewer people, raising long-term costs for maintenance and service delivery. The costs to support these new sprawling developments are often passed on to existing residents. And finally, these changes support Lakewood's environmental goals by allowing more housing near jobs, transit, schools, and services, shortening daily trips, cutting pollution, and increasing cycling, walking, and transit use. These are a few of the many potential benefits of these proposed zoning changes, and these benefits are being recognized by a multitude of groups and organizations around Colorado. I'd just like to list some signatories of the aforementioned letter, and that includes Livable Lakewood, Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, Colorado Nurses Association, Conservation Colorado, AARP Colorado, Natural Resources Defense Council, Clean Energy Lakewood, Metro West Housing Solutions, Good Business Colorado, the Redress Movement, Neighborhood Development Collaborative, Elevation Community Land Trust, and Together Colorado Jeffco Chapter. I believe that this demonstrates the importance and broad support throughout the community for these proposed zoning changes, and I hope the City Council will listen and adopt these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa Ruxtales, then we have Clayton Dewey, and then Michael Dawson.
Hi, my name is Lisa Ruxtalis. I live on Ista Street, 3 lots south of the light rail in Ward 1. I live in the Iber neighborhood where the homes are unique. They are not tract homes next door to each other. They've been built throughout the last century. This is my 6th house in Colorado. The previous 5 helped me purposefully buy my current home on a large lot with large heritage trees and the ability to have 4-hooved animals. Best of all, a large buffer from my neighbors' lots, which means more peace and quiet that I crave. My house was built in 1941 with well water and has ditch rights, which will be impinged on if you allow higher density in my neighborhood. I want to see some sort of protection for the Ward 1 large lots, so I don't end up with a 35-foot tall apartment building going up next door, throwing shade across my garden, blocking my view, destroying my water table, and an overall loss of privacy and quality of life, which is the reason I bought my house in Iber. I want my grandchildren to also enjoy our neighborhood, so please be careful how you rewrite our zoning so that the garden spot of Lakewood does not become a memory. Also, when asking for citizen input, you are not reaching the newest residents of Ward 1. Iber specifically, because they are not yet in the loop of the city's communications, thus you're not hearing their feedback as to why they move from places like Denver, and you're not hearing their shock that the bad zoning code changes have followed them from Denver. Note that the lack of their dissent does not mean approval. As a member of the Iber Neighborhood Association, I've heard why folks have moved to Iber from Denver. Access to large lots, ability to have large gardens and beehives, ability to have horses and other farm animals, a sanctuary for what's left of our wild animal population, large secure backyards for their children. As for parking, as you know, in Denver, the minimum parking requirements have been eliminated. Speaking with my new neighbors, they say their Denver streets are now covered in cars, and the lack of adequate parking has been a major factor in their decision to move to Ward 1's Iber neighborhood. I also think it's naive to think that affordable housing will magically appear by these new let's infill zoning regulations. I don't trust developers. A good example is a new built home on 11th Avenue. The 0.3 acre lot was sold in 2020 for $210,000. A new 8,700 square foot home was built, and it was sold for $1.9 million in 2022. That's hardly affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Clayton Dewey.
Hi, my name is Clayton Dewey. I'm a new resident of Ward 3. I'm a father of 3. I was, until recently, a homeowner of a single family home in Ward 1, and I loved it a lot. And with our kids getting older and moving out of the house and our family shifting, we needed to downsize from the beautiful 5-bedroom house that we had to a much smaller apartment for just me and my son. And we moved to the Belmar neighborhood, and I was really worried that it would feel like a real downgrade in lifestyle for my son. He's 17, and when I asked him how do you feel about this new place, he said, I love it. And it just was very reassuring for me, because anyway, for lots of reasons, but it made me think the reasons that he loves Belmar and the reason I love it too is because of that higher density housing that we now have. We get to walk to the movie theater. We get to walk and ride our bike to the grocery store. There's public space that we can just hang out in with other people. And I feel really fortunate that we were able to downsize to where we were, but I know a lot of people can't do that currently. And so, in the words of my teenage kids, I think that this zoning ordinance is fire. I think it's goated. It is gas. And I am strongly in favor of it. And yeah, I would love for them to be able to buy their first home here. I think having that missing middle filled out, townhomes, condos, duplexes, triplexes in our city would be fantastic. I think the only thing that I would amend is what the redress movement brought up, is that exception to HOAs, that loophole. And so closing that loophole and just ensuring that it really is truly inclusionary housing for everyone would be fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you. Michael Dawson.
Hey everybody, I'm Michael. I'm from Ward 2, and I wanted to come to voice my opinion and support for the proposed zoning changes. I'm 24. I grew up in Lakewood. I've lived here my entire life. That may not be as long as some of the other people here, but it's long enough to see how the housing crisis has affected people my age. Growing up, I had a lot of friends down the street and at the local high school just living a few minutes away from me, and now they don't. Most of them have moved away from Lakewood, 45 minutes plus away, or left the state entirely to find more affordable options to start their lives. I think these proposed changes will really help preserve and strengthen the community I grew up in. So please don't choose property values over my generation's future in Lakewood. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas Hagan.
Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lucas Hagen. I'm the Research and Policy Manager at the Neighborhood Development Collaborative. We're a coalition of 24 Colorado-based nonprofit affordable home builders. And we're proud to count Metro West Housing Solutions, Archway Communities, and Elevation Community Land Trust, and others among our membership. We support the proposed changes you'll be considering over the coming weeks, including tonight's ordinance. As simple and flexible land use regulations reduce the cost of housing construction, whether that be the number of homes on a property, minimum number of required parking spots, or adaptive reuse regulations. Eliminating parking requirements for affordable housing lowers the cost of each home, as we heard from Metro West earlier. Off-street parking is expensive, restricts the number of homes that fit on a site, and can be the difference between a project being built or not. Each spot adds up to can add up to $50,000 to each home's purchase price, or $200 to $300 per month to the rent. This is especially true for low-density infill developments like deed-restricted owner-occupied homes in areas that are where there is abundant on-street parking. The Housing Needs Assessment published by the Denver Regional Council of Governments last year highlighted the dearth of affordable housing for families earning less than $43,000 a year, who also use very few parking spaces. A local study by Shopworks Architecture found that residents of affordable housing, or of housing affordable to very low income households, use only 9% of the available parking. And relieving affordable housing from minimum parking requirements will therefore make it easier to serve those households, many of whom include senior citizens and others on fixed incomes. While making Lakewood truly affordable will require significant financial investments, especially for very low income housing, common sense reforms like these can make a big difference in the meantime. And as such, NDC supports these reforms as written, as they apply to all forms of affordable housing, regardless of density or income level. So thank you for your time and consideration, and we hope you adopt this.
Thank you. Okay, I've got 3 more names signed up here. If anybody is in the audience wanted to speak, hasn't signed up yet, please see Mr. Rob, Ms. Salazar in the middle. And in the meantime, I've got Chad Mullenix, and then Paul Ditson, and then Matthew Nguyen.
Good evening, Council. My name is Chad Mullenix. In Ward 2. First, I'm so grateful for the work that this council does and constantly being scrutinized and even criticized for the policy work and the decisions that you have to make. So thank you for what you do on this work. Regardless of where you might fall on the policy or the decisions that are made here. So I encourage this council to continue moving this zoning policy towards approval. Because housing is so complicated and these policies that you create and approve into practice do have a direct cause and effect on housing. Whether that is maintaining its current zoning and policies, which as of July, the last time I heard planning give an update on permits allocated out of the affordable housing pool, it was at 0. And whether you might think 0 might be too low of a target for how Lakewood's hopes for affordable housing permits. Because these zoning adjustments will have a direct correlation to additional affordable housing, if the Lakewood affordable housing target is going to be greater than 0, implementing these zoning changes seems like a very good next step. I'm actually quite moved by the beautiful and compelling strategic housing plan that's been put in place. I think these concepts and ideas are well formed and have prepared this council for the agenda item that's coming out tonight. So vision and strategy, though, without action is meaningless, like 0 meaningless. And so let's get zoning reform done, and let's get affordable housing permit allocations to grow beyond 0.
Thank you. Paul Ditson.
Before we start the timer, if I may, I'd like to make comments both on my own behalf as well as for the Iber Neighborhood Association. So would I, and they'll be brief, I would like to know if you would permit me 3 minutes for each.
As a home, as an association, Ms. McKinney-Brown, I don't remember off the top of my head.
A representative of an association can have the 10 minutes to have a consolidated speech, as long as the individuals supporting that are in the room.
Do you have anyone with you in the room? Perfect. Oh, all 3 have already spoken. Do we have anybody?
Well, what I'm saying is I would like to speak for myself and then also separately speak for the Neighborhood Association. 2 separate.
I can give you one yourself, because we've already got comments
I'll speak
from.
for the latter then. Okay. I'll speak for Iber Neighborhood Association. I'm Paul Ditson, president of the Iber Neighborhood Association. I just wanted to say briefly, since our inception in 2001, the Iber Neighborhood Association has developed a well-established track record of working with City Council
Mr.
and
Ditson, I'm
commissions.
sorry. Mr. Rob, can we get the clock started?
There you go.
Okay, there you go.
Working with City Council and commissions in policy development. We've often and successfully partnered with city staff in implementation of policy, worked with districts such as RTD and Jeffco schools, and collaborated with public and private developers in the execution of that policy. Our website contains a very lengthy list of accomplishments over the last 25 years of our existence, including the efforts that we have undertaken to address transit-oriented development, affordable housing, homeless assistance, and not to mention our leadership in furthering the city's sustainability goals. We have successfully engaged with several public and private developers, including Metro West Housing and others, and with discretion have supported certain projects that in the end benefited the low-income community far more than the competing projects which we did not support. We have partnered with and supported our local churches. The Iber neighborhood is host to operations such as the Action Center, Main Street Ministries, Recovery Works, and with David Clifton Ministries located right across Colfax from the neighborhood. All this and so much more we have achieved while still balancing our principal directive to work to maintain the single-family residential and rural character of the Iber neighborhood and advancing efforts to preserve our cultural heritage in an inclusive and compassionate way. For us to be labeled as NIMBYs is naive to our history and purpose and is a disservice to our community and our mission. I hope that our ongoing input to this process is received with an open mind and the respect that it deserves. We're simply advocating for balance. Thank you.
Thank you. Matthew Nguyen.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Nguyen. I'm in 3501 Wadsworth Boulevard. As a renter, I'm giving my landlord $1,900 a month of my hard-earned cash that is going towards either boosting their profits or paying for their mortgage. In our public discourse on both sides, we can all agree that it is better to own a home than to rent a home. As a young adult, the son of Vietnamese immigrants who moved to America to live the American dream, it is a shame to young adults and their parents across the country that young people are not doing as well as their parents. That the prospect of owning a home is slipping away from our grasp year over year. In 2020, the income needed to make the mortgage for a home was $59,000, and that's a nationwide statistic. Today, it is between $117,000 and $125,000, and we can all agree that Lakewood is in the upper half of that average. While part of that rise is due to interest rates being high today, most of that increase is due to a dramatic rise in home prices. This update to the zoning code will not only help people like me to afford a home, but also help our community by allowing affordable housing developers and nonprofits build affordable homes for our neighbors who are most in need. It'll also help seniors who are in the communities they love while downsize their home to still live in the communities they love. It'll also make our city more walkable, which is a boon for our environment and our community. For these reasons, I support this update to zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have Brett Pagliari and then Marissa Cantrell.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brett Pagliari, and I'm the RTD Board Director for District M, which Lakewood is a part of. And I also proudly live in Ward 2. I'm here tonight to say thank you and to just express my support for the zoning changes. It's quite exciting, and I think as a council it shows that you all have paid attention to the people who need you to listen to them the most. And you are addressing significant issues and are building a more inclusive Lakewood going forward. And I'm quite excited about that. You really can't talk about climate change without talking about transportation and housing. And so addressing housing is extremely important to me and my beliefs, but also
I'm here tonight to show and hopefully continue to be a vessel to make transportation better in the great city of Lakewood. And this will only enable that more because walkability, housing density, and affordability are all extremely important to transportation. So thank you very much and good evening.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Marissa Cantrell. I'm in Ward 3, proudly. Thank you, Mayor Strom and Council, for listening to all of the speakers tonight. Obviously, you have to, but we appreciate it nonetheless. I would like to remember back on Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers said, and I'm sure we all remember this because you're all roughly my age, that when there are rough times, look around for the helpers. And I would like to honor all of the helpers who have come out tonight to speak to you with such brave hearts. And this was no accident. These helpers have united together. We have been talking with one another. We've been forming community with one another. We've been discussing these things in and out for months, sometimes years. And I want to say that I am more proud to live in Lakewood now than I have in the only 2 years that I've lived here. And I say only 2 years because I know people pride themselves on being here for decades. And unfortunately, I was born in Ohio. However, I really, truly love being in Lakewood because I have met all of these helpers. And these helpers are uniting. And we're uniting to help make Lakewood a better place. And what we need from you, a room full of helpers as well, is we need you to relax some of these zoning codes and help us do what we do best, and that's help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Sabrina Balta, excuse me, then Bradley Bruce, and then Amber Varwig.
Hello, it is late, so I'm going to try to keep this short for you. But my name is Sabrina Baeta. You had it, I think, right the first time there. I'm actually not one of your constituents, but I want to be, and I'm counting on you all to vote yes on these policies and make that more possible for me. I'm lucky. I've had the privilege of many things that are supposed to make life more affordable. A good education, a good job, a partner I can split rent with. Right now, I comfortably rent in a duplex in East Wash Park, but it's in a neighborhood that I could never afford to buy in. People like me want to put down roots and buy starter homes. We want to have yards for our dogs, meet and form relationships with our neighbors, and work on our gardens without needing a signature from a management company. But we're left behind by policies meant for and written in bygone eras. I am your missing middle. Now, if you go for facts more than sentiment, I have some of those for you too. I heard one speaker encourage you to take action while other cities are resisting reform. That tide is changing. In the last year, 22 cities in Colorado with some 2 million residents have eliminated minimum parking requirements for apartments near transit. And at least 28 communities with some 3 million people have legalized or loosened regulations on backyard homes, according to Sweeps tracking. What does that actually mean? People want you to prioritize affordable homes over parking. We're in good company taking action on this issue. Please vote yes and help other young people like me make a home in your city. Thank you.
Bradley Bruce, CC.
Hi, my name is Brad Bruce. I live in Ward 2. I'm going to keep this very brief because I'm pretty sure all of you know how I feel about this. I'm very in favor, and there's nothing that I could add that you haven't already heard tonight, so please vote yes. Thank you so much.
Amber Varwig.
Amber Varwig, Ward 2. Hi. So, someone earlier in the night mentioned generational curses. Now, I know that they were doing more of a Shakespearean casting of generational curses, but it did get me thinking about them. People in my family keep dying because of illnesses or circumstances where they end up homeless. I've been homeless. We've all, I can't name anyone in my family who hasn't had some kind of unstable housing situation, a hunger story. That's generational, and it sure feels like a curse. I sometimes refer to it as the witch's curse. I'm sure somewhere along the line, we angered someone because this feels personal. But I'm not actually alone in this. I can make jokes, gallows humor, but there are so many people who don't actually have it as good as I do right now. My mom died 11 days ago, and I'm actually grateful that I'm planning this funeral inside, that I'm mostly grieving inside. With my sister, I didn't have that luxury. They finally issued a death certificate for my Uncle Mark. I'm not sure we're ever actually going to know what happened. We know that he was homeless. We know that he was found. I don't know that we'll ever actually know. I shouldn't have these many stories, and I'm the one who's willing to stand up here and tell them to you. But there are other people that have these stories. So I'm not going to come to you and ask you about one day I want to own a home. I'm not going to come to you and ask you about those sorts of things because that's not what I'm focused on. There are people who just need to be inside. There are people that need to know that if they are inside, that their kids will continue to be inside. There are people that need to know that they're not going to suffer the kind of instability and disease and psychological and mental anguish that people can go through when they are not given a place to sleep, a safe place to put their things. And Americans base so damn much on appearance, you don't realize how much. You don't. When you do not have these things, you don't really stand that chance that everybody tells you that you really have. You don't. Look at a homeless man on the corner and ask yourself, does he have the same chances I do today? Does he have the same chances next week if he tries really, really hard? Ask yourself honestly. If you're being real, the answer is no. Whereas some of us could do just about anything we wanted. So for the rest of us who maybe aren't looking for always going up, make sure we have a way to stay in. And whatever makes that happen, including zoning, please pass that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's the conclusion of my list.
Okay. All right, then let the amendments begin. All right. So it's after 10 o'clock. We've got to insert a little humor here. We've been sitting, all of us have been sitting for a while. So we'll go ahead and we'll close the public hearing. We already saw our presentation. And so at this point, I will go ahead and open the floor to council comments and questions. For the audience, I've already shared this with council. What we will do tonight is we will go through amendments in order, starting with the lowest articles and ending with Article 14. And then at the end of the night, if we feel comfortable in doing so, we will entertain a motion to go ahead and pass as amended. And with that, I will go ahead and open up the floor. Do I have any counselors that want to bring forward amendments on, well, actually, before we do that, do we have any questions? Any questions that council has before we get into amendments? Councilor Mayotte Guerrero and then Councilor Ryan.
Thank you so much. Sorry, trying to keep all my tabs straight on an iPad. And thank you really to everybody who came out today. No matter what side you're on, I'm always happy that you're part of the democratic process, but it was really overwhelming to have so many people be in favor, and I'll talk more about that later. One of my questions is just within the design standards, how do those work with our art plan?
Not sure I understand it. Can you be a little more specific what design standards you're talking about?
Yes, so within Article 6. We have building design standards that talk about things like having windows face the street and having different types of texture, not having all the houses painted the same, things like that. And then we also have our art plan that has been adopted that is focused on having more public art. I don't think that they interact a lot, but I got some questions about how those, like whether or not they do. The art plan typically is more about like your commercial spaces and everything, and then, but also some within the like larger multifamilies. So I'm wondering if those, I imagine that there's not much conflict there, but I want to check in.
There's not much conflict and there's not a lot of overlap. The only real overlap might be where we encourage public art on a private development. And there are certain cases where we do that. But other than that, there's not a lot of overlap between the two.
Great, thank you. And then my other question is, can you talk just a little bit more about the slot home prevention? That was something that we had talked a lot about in our workshops and study sessions, and I've continued to get some questions about how that's working. So if you could, you said it really briefly in the presentation, but if you could just dial in a little bit more about how that works and why it works.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem that we've seen, and both in Denver and in Lakewood, is when one very narrow lot, a 25 or a 40-foot lot, is built to have slot homes. And for the audience, slot homes are townhouses that are turned perpendicular to the street. So when you have a narrow, deep lot, they can put a row of townhouses, maybe 6 or 8 townhouses that face the side yard. And one of the problems we see is when we only have one lot and you do one of those, then you've got a bunch of townhouses facing a fence and a really tight driveway to get into garages on the back side. So the main change that we added in Article 6 is a minimum lot width. So you can only do these if you've got enough lot width to have a pair of slot homes with a central corridor so that we can share drive between two and have a little more space for the walkway back. The other pieces that we had that we added in that section address the the street-facing wall of those buildings. So it's not treated as a sidewall. It needs to have an entrance. It needs to address the street, and you can't have a garage there. Even a side-facing garage would leave a big blank wall. And so any garage has to be further into the unit so that the entirety of that street-facing ground floor wall has windows and or doors.
Fantastic, thank you so much, and I really appreciate the work on that. That was a big improvement there from our last conversations, and so this draft has a handful of things that I think are really incredible. I agree with whoever said that the zoning code is fire, so thank you for all of your work on this. And then I think the last thing I just want to draw attention to in this process before we start amendments is within the sustainability plan, having some of that improved EDM calculation is really great. And then also with the greenhouse gas program, we now are requiring people to do something to mitigate their greenhouse gas when building, correct? Which before you were able to fully opt out, but now you're required to at least do something. And I just want to make sure that that's true so that people can know that that's kind of a large improvement, and I'm really excited about it.
That is absolutely true.
Great, thank you so much.
Councilor Ryan.
And I apologize for not asking this in the questions beforehand, and you guys have been very responsive, so thank you for answering all of our questions leading up to this meeting. But so, for example, in 17.6.3.1, it's the general standards for screening of utility structures. I'm just using this one as an example. It seems to be a bit of a change from, I'm sorry. Actually, 17.6.2.4, the exterior building elements. So I don't know if this was intentional or not. There was a lead-in sentence in the previous draft, and then in the original ordinance, there was also a previous draft, a lead-in sentence that suggested that it was more for multifamily or structures of 3 units or more, and now the way it reads currently applies to everything. And there's a couple of places in this version of the code where I've seen that, and I just don't know if that's intentional or not.
So you're asking about 17.6.2.3 exterior building elements?
Yeah, it's 17.6.2.4. Used to be 17.6.2.3.
Yes. And the original language was standards for attached dwelling or multifamily, and now it says standards for residential dwelling.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lead-in sentence that said, the following design standards are for attached dwelling or large residential dwelling structures. And I know that whenever we've referred to large residential dwelling, it's been converted to 3 or more units instead, right? But we don't have any of that lead-in, so, is all of that to apply to all residential, for example, or is it only supposed to be for multifamily and 3-unit?
Yeah, so as you're aware, the distinctions between single-family, duplex, attached have been removed in this, and everything is residential in this new code. So there are instances where it says, residential of 3 units or more, or instances where it just says residential. But those terms, attached dwelling and multifamily, et cetera, have been scrubbed throughout the entire code. So generally, that distinction's been removed. Where it's still necessary, you're right, it says residential with more than X number of units.
And the reason I think that this is an example of a sentence that was mistakenly struck, if you just read that, it appears that it is for multifamily, right? It refers to rooftop mechanical equipment that you're not typically going to see in a residential, certainly in a single family. Structures exceeding 35 feet in height and current as proposed, no low form can exceed 35 feet. So I'm wondering, I'm not trying to, if this is an example of a place where a sentence has just been dropped off, if we could just put it back in.
I think, yes, I think the provisions of this section really only apply to multifamily structures. I think for that reason also, there's not a problem with having them apply to any, I don't think they have a negative impact on single families, so it could go either way.
Just in the interest of time, I'll also just mention there's some of these issues in 17.6.4.1 as well, but I don't know, in a few other places, but I don't know that that's the meat of our discussion tonight.
Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. I will start with the same piece that Councilor Ryan mentioned. There were just a couple of questions that I got in today and on Lakewood Speaks that I just wanted to float with you all. So just wanted to touch base on a couple of those, and I will time myself to make sure that I don't go over. Okay. So we've gotten a number of comments and questions related to the tree preservation ordinance, which I know we've discussed in some of our workshops, will be dealt with kind of separately from that. I know you all are completely consumed in this, so I hesitate to even ask this question. But is there an idea of sequencing or a potential timeline on that conversation that we can discuss with residents?
I think that's really at council's, we're going to proceed on council's timeline. So I think subsequent to this process, you'll give us instructions on how quickly you'd like to see that.
Great. Yeah, I would like to signal that I think this is an important conversation, particularly for folks who have some hesitation or some concerns around the zoning we're working on. And I think that share kind of our conservation values, right? Another question that came in was in 17.6.7, there was a concern I got from a constituent that excluding, I'll just read the sentence just to make sure that I understand what it's supposed to mean. So it says, excluding RL residential dwelling sites and associated accessory structures, light fixtures shall have a shield, adjustable reflector, and non-protruding diffuser. So my understanding is of the lighting requirements in this kind of section, that this is maybe the only one where RL dwelling sites are exempt, but there is concern that it was exempt from this whole section. So just wanted to understand better what the intention was around that.
So I'd need to look back to the current code to confirm, but generally, wherever the old code said excluding single-family homes, we translated that to excluding low-form residential dwelling. So that was our translation from one to the other. If council tells us to change that policy, we can change that policy, but I think this is a direct translation from old code to new code.
That's helpful, but generally is your understanding that all types of housing are subject to the other types of lighting requirements in that section?
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. I could see maybe this particular type of equipment potentially would be less specific to low form. We received another question from a business owner regarding the limitation on banner flags by one per property. It's not a topic that I have a ton of expertise on. Would love to understand what the concern is with having more than one per property in a residential zone.
Again, that would have been a direct carry forward from the existing code, so I don't know if we could go back to the original intent on that, but that we haven't proposed any change to the current rules.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Sorry, I'm gonna do this rapid fire, so apologies. For 17.6.5.1, we got a question in the kind of general standards section about livestock / containment areas as what not part of the site dictated to be a landscape area. Is your understanding from the process so far that horseless livestock containment areas are treated differently than building structures, any of the other pieces in there that would kind of require that specific designation? Or how would a horse / livestock containment area be treated?
No, I think landscape design standards apply to landscape areas, and we don't require landscaping in containment areas.
Okay, so for this person, potentially it could qualify as a structure, building, or one of the other pieces in that section already? That, to address the concern that it's not a landscape area?
I don't follow that. I don't think this section applies to containment areas.
Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to maybe figure out to respond to this person's question as they put it on Lakewood Speaks is that this would be considered already as not a landscape area as described in the code.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Because I know some folks were also talking about desired updates in the enhanced development menu, which I understand is another process that your your department will be taking on. And there were specific requests around tree preservation as part of that. Is that an eligible, I think I'm just trying to figure out, is that something that we could have a conversation about in the EDM piece?
Tree preservation in the EDM?
Yeah, I think that there's maybe there was a desire to have a conversation about that as an element of some of the desired menu items.
Potentially, I think we'd want to hold that discussion until the tree preservation discussion. I think that could be a part of that. We're anticipating continued yearly or every other year updates to the EDM. So we already anticipate coming back in a year or so with EDM updates. That can include things that come out of the tree preservation discussion.
Okay, that's great. And then that answers kind of the second part of my question, which is, can we talk about the EDM in the tree preservation conversation? Sounds like the answer is yes. I will go back to the end of the line and appreciate your answers to my rapid fire Lakewood Speaks questions.
That actually is the end of the line. Did you have more?
Thank you. And shout out to everybody on Lakewood Speaks or who emailed me today, who is providing me with these questions. And apologies that I wasn't able to get these in earlier. I think there's some concern from particularly knowing the folks who submitted this to me related to the equestrian care, et cetera. Some folks are concerned, and I know this maybe more specifically relates to the use conversation we're going to have about the use table, but I think that looking at the definitions, it seems like the definition of animal care is very broad, and so folks were worried about how that definition intersected with the conversation in the use table. So is your understanding that the definition related to the broad applicability of animal care, is it supposed to be broad? Is it supposed to mean like a facility that cares for animals? I know this is not a change from the last code. I'm just trying to figure out for maybe some folks who are concerned about future equestrian community members that the definition of animal care might be too broad.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's intentionally broad, but it is also focused around commercial businesses or institutions that are doing this work. Obviously, we've talked about the equestrian. Large animal care is an accessory use allowed in residential zones.
Right.
And so, and that continues and wouldn't fall, I mean, it could be interpreted to fall in that broader term of animal care, but it's still large animal keeping is a permitted use in those zones.
Okay, that's helpful. I think maybe like the facility question, like could a place where somebody washes their own personal horse be treated as a facility, but maybe that term has a specific meaning in the planning context that we can communicate to the community that that's what that means. Just wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's fair.
And then I think the last question that, two, these should be quick ones, though, I promise. I had a conversation with a member of our Historic Preservation Board just on a constituent level with some suggestions around the board procedures, but this article, as it is updating historic preservation, is just related. It mentions the board and its makeup, but it's not changing the board procedure. We're doing that separately. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Great. And then the last thing I wanted to mention I got a question essentially about why we don't have maximums in parking structures in urban contexts. Folks found there was a question essentially of why are we eliminating minimums and then not putting maximums in the transit contexts.
I saw that question too, but I don't understand it because there are maximums in the transit and urban context.
I think, is it related to structured parking? Is that where maybe that person was reading it?
So yes, there are maximums apply to surface parking. So if you structure your parking, there is no maximum. It was an intentional standard to encourage structured versus surface parking.
Okay, so the answer to this then is to essentially that's on purpose to try to incentivize parking in a context that works the best in those contexts.
Yes.
But potentially the economics of building structured parking are a maximum as we don't listed out, okay.
Yep.
That is helpful, and I appreciate you taking these questions on the fly.
Okay, let the amendments begin. Oh, I got one more hand first. Counselor Furman. Oh, we didn't. Yeah, we got to read it in first.
This is a really quick question to follow up on what Counselor Ryan was asking. Is the current rule regarding screening of mechanical equipment in residential zones the way it currently works? I mean, because obviously previously we can see lots of examples where that doesn't happen. So is it any condition today, as long as it is screened by the existing roof slope? I mean, I guess how is that functioning, since the mechanical equipment on many roofs are obviously not screened in most of the residential zones? Is that, or is that one that has just generally been, I guess, circling back on the question of where that falls? So is that?
So the screening requirement under the existing code as of today, now what we're talking about tonight, does not apply to the single-family residential.
So that is the separation?
Right.
Okay. All right.
Okay, may I please have a motion?
I move for the adoption of ordinance O-2025-27 on second and final reading.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. I will entertain the first amendment. Anyone bringing forward an amendment on Article 6? Counselor Nystrom.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to make an amendment to 17.6.2.1 point D, page 6-3, regarding bird safety and bird safe glass. I'd like to revise this to read bird safe glass or certified bird safety compliant film or decals specifically designed to prevent bird collisions is required for all glass surfaces on exterior building facades as follows: buildings taller than 45 feet in height and primary residential structures with less than 3 dwelling units are exempt from this provision. The reason I'm bringing this forward is because bird strikes happen everywhere. They happen in single-family homes, as I have experienced. They happen all over the city. It is not limited to parks, so proximity to parks makes no difference. If there's habitat, a tree, and even in some cases no trees, there are still birds. And we live in a migratory bird corridor, and this becomes increasingly important during migratory bird periods. You know, in addition to that, there are countless cities across the country that have adopted these requirements in their building materials. In fact, New York City, numerous communities in California have adopted even more stringent requirements which address every facade on a building, including reflective materials, the building materials themselves. It's not just about glass or windows. But at this point, I would like to just change this provision so that we can try to reduce the number of bird strikes that we experience here. And given the fact that 1 billion birds are killed every year by bird strikes, and that is a documented scientific fact, we need to reduce that. Coupled with increasing density of housing, this will become more and more of a factor. And I have numerous examples here. I have sent an email to all of you, and hopefully you had a chance to take a look at that, but we are experiencing mass extinction, and we need to do everything we possibly can to help avoid that. We cannot live without pollinators, which includes birds, bees, and other insects, and we cannot live without trees. So we need to make sure that we're adhering to what's been documented in the comprehensive plan with respect to our environment, and trying to be the best stewards that we can for our environment. Thank you.
Okay, we have an amendment, a motion for amendment. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'm sorry. Councilor Nystrom, will you go ahead and just read the amendment itself?
Sure. The amendment is bird-safe glass or certified bird safety-compliant film or decals specifically designed to prevent bird collisions is required for all glass surfaces on exterior building facades as follows. Buildings taller than 45 feet in height. And number 2 is primary residential structures with less than 3 dwelling units are exempt from this provision.
Thank you. Hand up, Councilor Matt Guerrero.
I think this is a question for staff, but Councilor Nystrom, if you have this information, even better or just as good. Do we have an understanding, like from putting this bird-safe glass within the zoning code for the first time, even for the places near parks, do we have an understanding of like how that impacts developers and the average costs there?
I can address that. Everything that I've read is for glass itself, the increase in cost is only is less than 10%. In most cases, it's 5%. In addition to that, there have been several reports that indicate this adds value to a property once it's completed, and the film or decals that can be applied to windows are very inexpensive. Not, again, if you're building a skyscraper, that's one thing. That's not what we're doing here. But they are very inexpensive in terms of building material.
Okay. So is that 10% more like per, I guess, in for the total project? I think like my question here is, I have a poor understanding of the way that this impacts costs, and I also have a poor understanding of where bird-safe glass comes from, both of which give me pause, in part because of the issue with sourcing materials at this time. In the last HPC meeting, we had a whole conversation about how essentially if you're buying land today, it's unlikely that you would be able to develop it right now for apartment buildings, that market just does not allow for that in this moment. And so most of the buildings that we're seeing going up right now are things that those folks have had for a really long time. And I think when we're looking at 10% on something, yes, perhaps on a luxury building, but definitely on something, let's say that West Metro builds, I don't know that they would be able to then get that financed and taken care of. And so I have hesitance, not because I don't think that this is maybe a really great idea, but because I don't understand the full impact. And we also heard from multiple conservation organizations today that density is a really critical component also to preserving habitat. So there's a little bit, even just within the ecosystems, to keep in mind about balancing that.
So again, if you're talking about 5% or even 10%, it's only on the windows or the decals and materials that are applied to those windows. So it is not a shops. I haven't seen anything in here that indicated it was a showstopper for development of any type. It's inexpensive, and again, referring back to the comprehensive plan and the grander scheme of things, this would literally save thousands of birds every year in Lakewood alone. And, again, a lot of cities, the entire state of Illinois has this as part of their regulations. I think to talk about in terms of just dollars and cents, again, we get into that loop. If we look at things strictly from that point, then we're never gonna progress past it. And in fact, Metro West Housing goes out of their way to use electric appliances and things that are more efficient. And the gentleman from Sweep, even mentioned preservation or protecting birds during this construction process. So it's not a significant impact in cost, and most of the manufacturers I looked at are in the U.S.
So were you able to talk to like Metro West, for example, or Archway or any other of the other affordable housing developers?
I did speak with Metro West, but not specifically about this topic, but.
Because I agree with you. I think that a lot of times we exempt affordable housing, even at like higher, at either too high a rate for too many things that are environmentally necessary and help the people inside as well. So just to be clear, I definitely am not trying to make a heat pump argument on this. But it feels like the potential to have a big impact on a tough area without me really understanding what that might be. Also, how is bird safe glass made?
I'm sorry?
How's it made? Like, do we know what the environmental impact of bird safe glass is? Like with EVs, right? The balancing of, and I'm very pro EV. I've worked on pro EV policy. I drive a hybrid, but there's a little bit of a balance in trying to regulate lithium pollution with carbon, right? So it's always a push and pull. So I think that's my question too, is it more toxic?
I didn't see anything that indicated that. And in fact, the video that came out, when you're inside the building, you don't see anything different. And when you're outside the building, unless you go right up close to the window, you don't see anything different. And most of what I read was, again, very environmentally sound and critical to saving the birds we have left. I mean, we lose 1 billion birds a year due to collisions. We lose 2 to 6 billion are the estimates due to domestic cats. So we have a number of species that are critically endangered, and we've destroyed some of the habitat for that right here in Lakewood, unfortunately. But in the grander scheme of things, we are at a critical point, and to not do this simply from a cost perspective, I think is not the right way to go.
Councilor Lowe. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor McGreary, were you done? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilor Nystrom, I genuinely applaud your tenacity in advocating for environmental causes up here. You do it across the gamut. You do it with tenacity. You do it with a lot of work ethic and a lot of authenticity, and I appreciate that. I want to convey, and Mr. Parker can absolutely back me up on this if you talk to him. I have been bird dogging Mr. Parker, no pun intended, for the last 18 months about the question of how we get bird safe glass in some way, shape, or form into the code, in part because I've heard about it so much in my ward in the context of 777. And I mean, I did all the research you're talking about. Like I have, if someone wants to Quora my email from 2 years ago to Mr. Parker listing 7 or 8 or 9 different sort of resources for bird safe glass, I did that in part because, folks had raised concerns about that, and I was trying to be responsive to that. And I mean, a number of things you said are absolutely resonate with my research. A lot of birds are killed by bird strikes. There is a very strong case that this is not an exorbitant cost. A number of cities have done this. The current draft of the ordinance limits this to a property adjacent to a public park that is 10 acres in size or greater, which is already over 60 different parks in the city of Lakewood. And I mean, that's a very real, I mean, if that had been in place, it would have been meaningful for 777. It would have been meaningful for the development of properties next to 60 plus parks ranging from Belmar Park all the way down to Sanctuary Park, a much smaller park that's also over 10 acres. A couple of things. I do take issue with the idea that it doesn't matter whether it's next to a park or not. From a lot of research and some back and forth that I had with Mr. Parker, I think it does matter, in part because one of the things the science seems to suggest, and I'm not by any means an expert on this, but from the research we did on this over the last 18 months, birds are more prone to die flying into windows if they see the vegetation or trees reflected, and proximity to sort of natural habitats or bird conservation areas is really important. So the logic of sort of aiming at buildings that were being built next to larger parks made a lot of sense. It's not perfect by any means, but it made a lot of sense. I mean, a couple of things. I agree with your assessment that like this is not a major cost. However, experts do disagree quite a bit on exactly what the cost is. For instance, according to the American Bird Conservancy, which is generally pro doing this, quote, when looking at just the potential additional cost of the glass, depending on the architect's initial plans, bird-friendly glass could cost the same as the glass they already had in mind, or could cost as much as 3 or 4 times more. There's just a lot of variation in terms of how this gets applied. It is true that this has been deployed in a number of cities. You did, however, like mention, I mean, just case in point, you mentioned the state of Illinois as an example. According to 2 different sort of aggregators that look at different policies like this at the city and the state level, the state of Illinois passed this policy in 2021. It's Public Act 0119, and it applies specifically to state buildings newly constructed, acquired, or for which more than 50% of the facade is substantially altered. So Illinois does have a state law, but it's not it's not a requirement for all new builds. It's specific to state buildings. And you referenced in the information you sent out to council that there were laws to this effect in 6 other states. From my research, a number of the state laws that you're talking about apply to state buildings. California, I think, did something significantly more extensive. It is also, however, true that California has a number of statewide laws that, out of very well-intentioned sort of environmentalism, has actually, piled on top of each other, has made it meaningfully harder to build housing, which is part of why California is in the midst of a historic housing and homelessness crisis. None of which to suggest that this policy is going to lead to a housing and homelessness crisis. I actually don't think that's true. Here's what I will say, though. Councilor Nyston, with all due respect, a month ago, I brought forward a YIGBY proposal. And I referenced other jurisdictions, including in California. And you made a point, and by the way, you were right. You made a reasonable point that this required more vetting and more due diligence before it was deployed citywide. We're now proposing to take a proposal that was sort of designed in the code to be piloted for the 60-plus 10-acre parks and deploy it citywide. And I do think Councilor Guerrero's questions raise very legitimate questions about just like how much has this been stakeholdered? How many people have we talked about doing this? Do we have a sense of what the development cost is going to be? Do we have a feasibility study? Do we understand exactly how this is going to affect the cost of living in Lakewood? None of which are unsurmountable questions. I really strongly feel like before you apply a policy like this as just all new builds citywide, the responsible thing is let's start with what we have. This is a meaningful win. This is like starting on the perimeter of 10 acres parks is, despite what some people suggested, is a meaningful win that I spent quite a bit of time trying to secure in this code. And it happened in part because me and a number of other folks were kind of pushing this over the last several months, in part in response to all the constituent feedback we heard in Ward 3. And I do just think, given the way that well-intentioned environmental regulations can sometimes have unintentional consequences. It's not that this is an untested policy, it's just that it's important that we do some more stakeholding and some more due diligence before this is applied citywide. I'm not opposed to looking at doing this or expanding this, but I would really like to start with applying it to the perimeter of 10-acre parks or larger, see how that goes, let's see what feedback we get, let's see what issues there are, and then we can extend it out further from that, maybe with some more feasibility and more stakeholding. I know that's slower than you want to go. I hear you. That's how I felt about YIGBY. But I do think it's the right thing to do in this situation. So I'm respectfully a no vote tonight.
Councilor LeBure?
Yeah. One question I was going to ask if you could repeat the text of what you said, because I think you're also talking about changing the way it's originally drafted to add potentially etching, but I think I heard stickers or whatever else I think you put in there, and I think that actually reduces the cost relative to what's actually in the plan. And so I think it's an interesting idea. So if you could restate it, that would be helpful.
Okay. Bird safe glass or certified bird safety compliant film or decals, which you said is not in the current. So that's the gist.
Okay, and then to Director Parker, do you hear etching? I mean, is etching something that the way you read this, is that something that you think is in here as well, or is that something that maybe could be specifically added or called out? And I don't know if that would be maybe like a friendly amendment, but etching I think is also something that is kind of a standard. I think California does it, again, on commercial, residential, and government buildings, but it seems to be a standard that's applied other places.
Yes, our understanding is that etched glass would meet our current definition of bird-safe glass and would be allowed under the existing proposal and the amended proposal. In terms of film, our main concern was maintenance. We get, in the planning department, we get one look at it when it's being proposed and built. If the film has to be replaced every 5 years or something like that, we can't monitor that. And so it's a maintenance issue for us. We have no problem. If it works as well, we're fine. We just can't guarantee that it's always going to be there.
Great, thanks.
Councilor Ryan.
I think Councilor Beer really brought home the point on that, is that I don't think there is a cost issue, given that there's a ridiculously inexpensive substitute. But I'm kind of ambivalent then on the amendment, because as Director Parker just mentioned, you maybe have an enforcement issue, right? Maybe there's a bunch of decals and things, because there's no need to put on the bird safety glass anywhere. Right? You could always default to the decals the way that it's written, and whether those decals are removed after the permitting process, after the permitting is approved or not. So I'm ambivalent. I'm happy to support either version of what's on here. There's, I think, another way of looking at it as well, is to leave the language as it is, and instead, for all that other stuff that you're trying to cover, use that for the decals, so that you can be sure that you at least have the bird safety glass around the parks that are 10 acres or more that Councilor Lowe and so many others worked to get in there, and we know that's a permanent solution. But it's entirely up to you. I offer that as something to think about.
So can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, I mean, so you could, for example, leave the language as it is, and then say for buildings that are 45 feet in height, located buildings that are equal to, or buildings that are taller than 45 feet in height, that are not required to use bird safety glass I'm sorry, I'm thinking of this up on the fly and I'm not thinking well, may be able to use other bird resistant or bird mitigating. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking of it, because this wasn't never one of my amendments, but it's just something to think about. I'm certainly happy to go along with your amendment. I just think you run the unintended consequence is actually that someone removes the decals, and you're not getting the bird mitigation that you're hoping for, because it's always going to be cheaper to put a decal on a window than it is to put the bird safety glass.
Well, just to be clear, the decals are not like they're not like stickers you buy in the convenience store, right?
But actually, I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind me interrupting.
No.
I mean, you can do a quick search on Amazon and find those, right? And you buy packages for a couple bucks, and I can peel them on and peel them off, because we're thinking about doing that in our own home. And they did it at the convention center in Chicago, right? The McCormick Place, where they were having literally hundreds of bird strikes until they put the decals on there. So there's no question that they work, and they're great, and they're low cost, but they can also be removed.
Yeah, I would hope that developers wouldn't spend the money on it and then just take it off. That wouldn't make much sense to me, but I hear you. But the film and the decals that are used like commercially are not not exactly the same as what's on Amazon either, so, but, yeah, point well taken, thank you.
Counselor Furman, and then Counselor Mayotte Guerrero.
I'm going to try and make suggestions, but it may not be verbiage. I mean, I would perhaps, given your concerns, avoid the decals, but suggest the films. And you can, I mean, for example, I will say all the time, the 3M film product, which in most residential situations has a lifetime warranty, commercial, you'll see it as a 15-year warranty. Those films are the same ones that are actually applied afterwards on the outside and generally have the same level of warranty, or they're applied in factory at one of the interior layers of glass. So there are ways, if you avoid perhaps the decals, but stick to, I don't know what the phrasing would be, but stick to the films where you know they are designed to last essentially forever. Nobody is going to pay the installation cost of those because they need to be professionally installed and peel them off. So I guess I would recommend that. I mean, I don't know if there's a sort of a middle ground of having it next to all parks versus throughout the whole city, but that's another possible suggestion. Thank you.
Is that commercial grade film?
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially 3M is
That
the
might
most
be the
common
word
one that I've
or phrase.
used in my work. I mean, you do it all the time, right? Like it's either installed in the factory on one of the, because you number the, not that it matters, but you number the paint, like the faces of the glass, you can install it in the interior, but they also, they'll install it to the exterior as well, depending on the situation, so, but.
Okay, before I hand the floor over to Counselor Mayotte Guerrero, I have been meaning for a few minutes to mention that we are getting close to our 11 o'clock check-in time, so we'll finish this amendment and then have that conversation.
Thank you. Okay. I was looking at the database of bird-friendly building policies on Yale.edu, and I am, I think depending on whether or not Councilor Nystrom would be open to it, I would be in favor of an amendment to this that has just a higher height when it's not near these large parks. Because 45 feet is about 3-ish stories, 3 to 4, depending. Or we could even just say 4 stories or above. I think in part, I'm thinking about like just the common amount of like the row homes that end up at 3 stories, and I think probably we'll hit that 45 feet, and like that being this important component of some of the things that we're trying to do here. And again, it's something where if I had better understanding, then I would be of some of these variables, I would be interested, but really the majority of places that have anything mandatory, it's over 60 feet is what it looks like. And in particular, I think we got an example today of Portland, which I don't think is a model on all things, but has been really improving their housing space. And they do have a requirement of new builds at 60 feet. And that has obviously not totally like ruined that ability for then their market to also be shifting a little bit. And so that would be, I think, my compromise. So leaving it obviously at the 45 feet near these large parks as it is, but I would offer that would shift my vote. I don't know where other people are at. Maybe you have the votes as it is, which I think is fabulous if that's true. But I'm a no vote, I think, unless we can raise the away from parks a little bit to just be bigger buildings.
So you're saying 60 feet or higher away from parks?
Yes, so like that 45 feet stays when it's, as it is currently written, or if it's 60 feet or higher forever.
Okay.
I need to like stare at the language. I was staring at the many city zoning codes. But there's like a handful that do essentially that, and very, very few that have it lower than 60 feet that are like sort of comparable to Denver, or that don't have like a really abhorrent housing issue. So to me, that feels better, like a better place to start. And I think that then some of these questions can be answered. Maybe it ends up part of the EDM, I don't know.
Counselor Sinks and then Counselor Lowe.
Thank you. From what I read of the resources, I found that it's really up to 75 feet where bird strikes hit. So even lower stories would have the bird strikes. And of course, what we're trying to do here is be environmentally conscious, and we're not going to prevent all bird strikes. This is a good start, as Councillor Lowe said, and I would not want to raise it up to 60 as you suggested. I would, however, if I dare, suggest that we possibly change the size of the park. In other words, adjacent to a public park that is 1 acre in size. We have a wonderful amount of parks, and if we have that's kind of like a happy medium for me, that we say maybe not across the board, across the city, but a good place to start might be public park that is 1 acre in size or greater, because again, as Councillor Lowe said, a lot of bird strikes happen where there are trees and vegetation, which is a lot of parks. So I'm muddying the water even more. Thank you.
Councillor Lowe.
Look, respectfully, and I think every piece of feedback offered tonight has been offered in good faith. I would honestly go back to what a number of councilors have said to me in this process. I think that unless there's a really good, I don't see the reason at this late stage in the process to make a change of this significance. Like, let's start with applying this to parks that are 10 acres or larger. It mirrors the bulk plan requirements. There's a logic for it. If someone can come to me and show me parks in Lakewood that have like major sort of migratory bird populations that are less than 10 acres, I'm for that. But this would have been helpful to kind of look at and assess in more of a deep dive way during the 3 study sessions that we had, or 3 workshops, the study session before that. Like, this has been in the works for 6+ months. I just don't see it. I appreciate the point that Councilor Macarero is making, but like, I've looked at the Yale Conservatory database of cities and states as well. It's very complicated. Like, I just don't, I'm a little nervous about us on the fly at 11 p.m. trying to sort of come up with a compromise here. Like, I think if we're interested in looking at this, my recommendation would be let's pass it as is, and we could always do a request for council action or sort of direct that we take a look at this in another year and look at this down the road. I just don't see a reason to sort of expand the scope of this at this point, this late in the process tonight.
Councillor Isabel Cruz, and then Councillor Ken Cruz.
I'll keep this brief. Yeah, I mean, I think the conversation has indicated that this is obviously an area of continued interest. I do worry about the broad applicability beyond areas that are not adjacent to public parks, particularly since the issue does seem to be about what the glass is reflecting. If there were to be amendment change, I think I would be more supportive of what Councillor Sinks mentioned, since that does, upon cursory view, seem to be more consistent with other cities rather than just making something blanket. But again, I am concerned about our ability to do this well with this level of information. But I do appreciate you, Councillor Nystrom, for bringing this conversation to the fore.
Councillor Ken Cruz.
Yeah, so first and foremost, I do support this. It just demonstrates our commitment to sustainability and environmental responsibility. In regards to Councillor Singh's idea of 1 acre, I mean, I'm not against that either. I think one of the biggest things, looking up more information based off of, or according to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, many bird-safe glass options incorporate energy-saving technologies that do reduce heat transfer, helping to lower heating and cooling costs. So if there's a way to incorporate that into the EDM, maybe, could be another bonus. So, you know, but I stand by our commitment to sustainability and environment. I support this.
Councilor Nystrom, would you like to move forward with the amendment as is or make any adjustments based on comments from council? We do have a second, so we have to undo a second and everything before we redo amendment, but
Okay.
based on
Yeah,
our
I'm
thoughts.
happy to amend this. I guess I just, like, we're talking about something that is a nominal cost in the grander scheme of things, and as Councilor Cruz mentioned, and we have many of these manufacturers in the United States that make these windows. I added the film, and I will add the etching after my conversation with Councilor Sinks, but I did speak to the sustainability manager earlier, or what day is it? Monday. I spoke to her last week, and she brought up the maintenance question, but again, as Councilor Furman mentioned, these things typically have a lifetime warranty. So I'm a little less concerned about that, and I'm a little more concerned about protecting birds. I don't think we've ever done an inventory on how many bird strikes there are in Lakewood, but I would venture to guess it's significant. And just to clarify, migratory birds come in all shapes and sizes, and that includes hummingbirds, for instance. It includes the avocets that were in Belmar Park. So it's not just next to parks. I have a two-story house, and I've had multiple bird strikes and 2 fatalities. So, like, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill. I don't think this would impact our ability to provide housing. And I think, it's very clear in the comprehensive plan, which we're supposed to be tying all of our zoning to, that this is a need and a concern by residents about our environment. So having said that, I'll amend this to bird safe glass or certified bird safety compliant film or etching, specially designed to prevent bird collisions. It's required for all glass surfaces on exterior building facades, buildings taller than 45 feet, and adjacent to a public park that is 1 acre or larger or greater.
Okay. Can we undo our second? Okay. So we're good to vote. Ms. McKinney Brown, can you confirm that for me?
Yeah, the proposed amendment has been made and has been reapproved by the seconder.
Yes.
All right, so let's go ahead and.
Point of order, Ms. McKinney Brown, do you have you're clear on the actual text of the amendment that was just moved?
It doesn't really matter if I am, it's what's picked up by the clerk. But if anybody on the council is not comfortable, it's appropriate at this time for the mayor to state the motion.
The mayor doesn't have the motion written down. Can the counselor reread the motion, please?
I'm clear. We got it.
Okay.
We got it.
I am hearing consensus that we got it. So, Counselor Mayotte Guerrero.
I'm so sorry. I do have one more question, which is, if the research shows that the majority of bird strikes are actually on buildings under 70 feet, and it's like first, second, third, and fourth stories are the stories that get the bird strikes, and the taller ones are not the stories that get the bird strikes. Again, I think that this speaks to Counselor Lowe's point. Sorry, I really had gotten there. But I think Counselor Lowe's part of, like, we really need more information, because shouldn't we actually just be mandating this for buildings under 35 feet? Like, our low form are the buildings that should have this mandated, and our tall buildings matter less? Is that not what the statistics show? So I think I asked that question because that is what the statistics show. But additionally, then it's like, then we maybe don't have the right information for this, as trivial as it might feel in terms of cost, if it's not actually going to save birds, what's the point?
Mayor, I want to call the question.
Okay.
I think we've talked this at length at this late hour, and it's one of many amendments. So let's vote.
And that passes 9 yeses and 2 noes, the noes being Mayor Guerrero and Sharazai. Okay, it is 11:12. Per our policies and procedures, we do have a check-in at 11 o'clock and a conversation to decide, do we continue going for the evening or do we move forward to our next regular business meeting? I do see one nod to continue. I see a couple thumbs to continue.
I'm sorry, I'm not clear. Are we going to have another check-in in another hour? Yes. Okay. Yes, I can keep going. Because you said for the evening. It's like, I'm not committing to 1, 2 o'clock. I can commit till 12.
Okay, great. All right, we don't need a formal vote on that. Councilor Ryan's opening up the caffeine, so I think he's here. All right, so do we have any other amendments to be proposed for Article 6? Seeing none, how about Article 7? No hands up. Do we have any amendments for Article 8? Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai, the floor is yours.
Yes, page 8.27 and 17.8.10.1 D4. 17.8.10.1 D4. This is relating to parking lot islands, and it's my understanding that there's an enumerated list that's starting on page 827. I'm proposing that we add an option for low water native and drought tolerant plants. I do understand staff's understanding of this, like the living ground cover would be encompassing of that, but this has been a particular issue in Ward 1. They really don't like all the vegetation that happens in the parking lot island, so I just wanted to make this clear. Oftentimes we see sprinklers that are working poorly, and because there's such a commercial corridor around Colfax, we see this more frequently. So just asking for the addition of that.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, and first hand up, Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you. This might be a question for Mr. Parker or staff. How does this interact with the limitations on like turf and other pieces in the landscaping section? Does it interact at all?
No, I think the other areas you're talking about are probably landscape areas or front yards. This is specific to parking lot islands.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
I have no other hands up. Give everybody a second to process. We're missing one for a vote anyway. Vote without him.
Just native grass is an option. I don't have a deal with people.
Could you please read the
Council-
language again?
We're about to vote.
Which vote, or which area?
Your additional, your.
The inclusion in the enumerated list, so it could be 1, 2, or 3 low water native and drought tolerant plants.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. No more hands up with questions. Please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Any other amendments for Article 8? Counselor Ken Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is to amend section 17.8.3.1.d.1. That was a long one there.
Sorry.
I'll repeat it one more
Yes,
time.
thank you.
17.8.3.1.d.1. As of right now, it reads as follows: on-street parking available along the portion of a public or private street abutting the use may be counted toward the minimum number of parking spaces required. The amendment is to add in this language: where such spaces can be demonstrated to function safely without compromising site distance, transit stops, or bikeways. Credit shall be documented on the site plan.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any hands up, questions? Counselor Mayotte Guerrero.
Can you say it again?
The added portion. So where such spaces can be demonstrated to function safely without compromising site distance, transit stops, or bikeways. Credit shall be documented on the site plan. So in essence, allows on-street parking spaces directly to adjacent projects, but only if they could be shown to function safely.
And then I think I just have a question for staff, which I imagine is true. I imagine that the same way that site plans already have to prove concepts like parking and traffic, et cetera, that this is a process that would make sense and not be overly arduous to figure out on the process side.
That's correct.
Great.
Any other hands up? Counselor Lowe.
I just wanted to thank my co-counsellor for bringing this amendment. I think it's a great idea, giving folks credit for the on-street parking. I think it's a really thoughtful proposal, so thanks for all the work that went into this, and I look forward to voting on it. This is the on-street parking credit amendment. Yes, great amendment. Love it.
All right, and seeing no more hands up, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Any other amendments on Article 8?
Yes, Mayor, so I have one more, and this is to add a new section, and this is roughly in section 17.8.7. And this, the language reads as follows: shared driveways for residential infill. So for sites proposing 3 or more primary dwellings on a lot, a shared driveway serving multiple units is required unless the applicant demonstrates infeasibility due to site conditions. Where alleys exist, alley access shall be used where feasible. So this is requiring projects with 3 or more homes on one lot to use a shared driveway or alley if available, unless site conditions aren't feasible.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any hands up, questions? Counselor Lowe.
Yeah, Councilor Cruz and I talked about this a little bit. I really get the logic for this at this point after discussing this. The logic, as I understand it, is if you've got multiple driveways, you want to actually encourage that the driveways be consolidated so that you don't lose on-street parking. And I get that point. Here's the problem to me. This is primarily aimed at cottage court configurations. I think that this is going to have the effect of, in certain cottage court configurations, dictating that a driveway run through sort of the center of the court when there might be people who don't necessarily need a car, or people who for whom the whole point of a cottage court configuration is to be able to live in an area that doesn't necessarily have a paved driveway in the center of it. So I guess I think the amendment is a little bit overly prescriptive and has the unintentional effect of sort of actually going in the wrong direction on parking minimums. I mean, as many folks on council know, I actually at one point floated the idea of just doing what Denver has actually done and getting rid of parking minimums altogether. We didn't do that. There were a number of reasonable points for not doing that. I will note that Denver has done that. I think that sort of mandating, I don't think that it's Councilor Cruz's intention to add, to sort of increase parking minimums. I think what Councilor Cruz is trying to do is be sensitive to neighborhoods where on-street parking is in demand. And so I think there's like a thoughtful amendment in here. I just think that this is going to be problematic from an urban design perspective to the cottage court configuration, or could be for certain contexts. And so for that reason, although I think he's really done his homework on this, I would be a respectful no vote.
Councilor Isabel Cruz.
Thank you, and thanks, other Councilor Cruz, for bringing this up. And I think just Councilor Lowe's inquiry prompted a question. Thank you, Mr. Parker, for entertaining all of my questions this evening. How would this potential idea interplay with the other proposed changes to prevent the slot home piece, and like some of the design standards around that? Because I think that maybe that's a little bit of what Councilor Lowe is implying.
So I don't believe this would have any impact on slot homes already by necessity share a driveway. By necessity and design, all those slot homes come out onto one drive. So this would meet, slot homes would already meet this standard, and this standard wouldn't even be necessary for slot homes because they have to meet this standard. I think this standard applies more towards a cottage home layout.
Thank you. Yes. So I guess maybe that's my question. Since we are kind of restricting slot homes in our design, like how would requiring this shared driveway potentially interplay with the requirements or pieces there? Do you get where I'm going with this? Okay. No.
If I may.
Yes.
I think what Councilor Cruz is asking is, would this prevent would it make it the part of the driveway configuration, garage configuration component of the code that's preventing slot homes? Would this mess with that?
No.
Like, so that it would still be firmly and clear that this is not going to allow for that to happen? For slot homes.
Slot homes are still.
They'll just be different, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll just be slightly better and more aesthetic and people-oriented, but people will find a way. Absolutely understand that. But in that effort, this doesn't sort of add or undermine to like the amount of loopholes that are going to be able to be found.
Doesn't undermine the slot home section. Correct.
Councilor Nystrom.
I am in support of the amendment, Councilor Cruz, and I appreciate you digging into this from that perspective. Can I ask a general question on parking? We have a number of neighborhoods in the city that do not have any place for street parking. Okay, so understood that, right? I guess my question is, going forward with proposed zoning the way it is there going to be a validation process for developments if they're in a neighborhood where there isn't the infrastructure to support street parking, and with all of the parking minimum discussions, I just want to make sure that we're going to do our due diligence on this, and we're not going to allow someone to build something on a property where they don't have any parking and there's no place for them to park in the street. Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean, planning staff can enforce the code. So if there's parking required, we can enforce that. If there's parking not required, we can't enforce parking.
Okay, that's my larger concern with taking a broad brush approach here. It's like there are places where parking minimums or no parking could be accommodated, and it makes perfect sense. But there are places in this city where it does not, and same thing with walkability. I mean, I talked to Councilor Ryan the other day. He said to get anywhere walking from his house, he'd have to walk 2 miles uphill. That is not, you know, a walkable situation. So I just want to make sure that we're going to be reasonable and, you know, process-oriented in the way we approve development going forward.
And to be fair, I think you have. I think the compromise that council has reached on parking is to just eliminate it at or near transit areas and maintain the parking away from transit areas, which would most likely be the areas you're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll say one thing on that too, and it was brought up in public comment earlier tonight. Financing for these properties does require parking. So what we're doing is we're removing arbitrary government rules, but there will still be parking in many of these areas. With that, we have a motion for our amendment on the floor and a second. I have no other hands up. Are we ready to vote? Do we have any additional questions? Nope. Vote? Okay. All righty. Go ahead and please vote. And that passes 8 yeses and 3 nays, the nays being LeBure, Matt Guerrero, and Lowe. Okay, that was Article 8. Do we have any amendments for Article 9? Seeing none, do we have any for Article 10? And again, no hands up. Do we have any for Article 11? I'll keep going. Article 12. Councilor Lowe, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Mayor. We actually drafted this over the last 2 hours in response to one of the public comments that came in. The concern was raised in the comment that pooled time about the, I think, admittedly extreme case of a major natural disaster or fire resulting in sort of devastation, and the worry about the way that the nonconformity section was drafted, not giving folks enough time to rebuild. So the citation for this is 17.12.2.1. Non-conforming buildings or structures. There's actually an email from me in all of your inboxes in the last hour or so that has the suggested language of this text. We've had a chance to run it by Mr. Parker and the city attorney. The impetus for Councilor Ken Cruz actually suggested that we see if we could do something about this, and we're proposing this. So the amendment reads as follows: Section C, restoration of damage. Part 1 proceeds as written until you get to the second half, and within the pre-existing structure boundaries, this is still as written, provided that the repairs or rebuilding do not increase the degree of nonconformity, and provided that insert a permit authorizing and insertion such repairs, restoration, or reconstruction, insert is issued and insertion within strike 18 months, insert 2 years of the date of such damage, and in case of hardship, the director shall have discretion to extend this period for an additional year. So in other words, we're making 3 very technical changes. We're basically saying that it's after a permit, the relevant deadline is when a permit authorizing the repairs is issued. It's not when the repairs get made. We're giving them 2 years rather than 18 months, and we're giving the director the flexibility to extend by an additional year in the case of hardship. Then Section 2, strike entirely, which this was the concern about the ADU that gets burned and can't be rebuilt. Strike Section 2, replace with a non-conforming accessory building or structure that is damaged or destroyed by fire or any other natural disaster may be restored in accordance with 17.12.1.3, In such case, the accessory building or structure may be reestablished to the extent that existed before the time of damage and within the pre-existing structure boundaries, provided that the repairs or rebuilding do not increase the degree of nonconformity, and provided that a permit authorizing such repairs, restoration, or reconstruction is issued within 2 years of the date of such damage, and in case of hardship, the director shall have discretion to extend this period for an additional year. So it perfectly mirrors section 1, but for ADUs. So that is the amendment I now move, and if there's a second.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. First hand up, Counselor Mayotte Guerrero.
For those that don't know, my parents' home and many of my closest friends and like lots of the houses that I grew up in were all destroyed fully in the Marshall Fire. So obviously that case matters to me. But my question is, what are the things that we're concerned about people not conforming with? Because the biggest changes for like, say, an ADU or an individual's house are gonna be sustainability measures and greenhouse gas reduction. And that is what causes those fires, is not having those things. And there was a big debate actually like at that time in the both Superior and in Louisville that was about getting rid and relaxing a bunch of new updates to the building code to make them more sustainable so that it could be cheaper for residents to rebuild. And essentially what happened is the majority of people who were just some person who owned their home either ended up selling that lot to a new developer and didn't come back, or if they did, like lots of people showed up to say, I plan to still rebuild with all these things because I think my old home we were working on weatherizing and fixing up and adding heat pumps to. And so we're gonna build like this. And the people, the folks that were really in favor of those exceptions, but claiming that it was about equity and cost was the major developers. So a huge amount of affordable rentals and affordable rental single family and like small townhomes were burnt in Old Superior, in the Sagamore village. And of course, obviously I've had like a lot more time to think about this than other people. So I mean no disrespect. So if there's something specific that you're thinking of with this amendment that is not those things, I'm more open to it. But basically those developers then flipped it, made cheaper units that weren't as sustainable and actually weren't as fire resistant, and then like are re-renting those out. And that's actually the percent that has been rebuilt is majority of that stuff. And like the regular people who still own their lots, that's what's taking longer. But I don't really actually like believe that the majority of, like, let's say we have a huge chunk of Lakewood tragically burn down or tragically flood. I think there would be, if needed, and it was called for, I think it would be not that hard for City Council to decide to have an emergency meeting, an emergency code update, and to shift things, especially to make the permitting process longer, so that, because you'd be overwhelmed with that, right? And also, our own homes would be impacted, so it'd be a big thing, right? I genuinely, I don't see what's in the code that are things that we wouldn't want to absolutely make those rebuilds have to have.
Mayor, may I respond?
Yes.
I don't know, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I think, look, candidly, this was drafted in response to a concern that was raised in
100%.
public comment
Yes.
that I thought was valid. If I interpreted the comment correctly, I think the specific concern that was perhaps being gestured at was actually one that I heard you raise in an earlier study session, which is the worry about people who have homes that exceed 4,000 square feet. That is the specific theoretical nonconformity that could be at issue. So the worry is someone's got a larger home, it burns to the ground, and now if they somehow miss this clock, it's non-conforming if they don't rebuild it in time. I guess I think the argument is pretty strong that if someone's house burns to the ground in like a wildfire or a natural disaster, like we should give them every opportunity to rebuild it as was, if that's what they want to do. And so given that the worry, I think this is sort of I frankly agree with you that in the hypothetical if there was a major disaster, like council would react. But I think saying up here in public policy, like, oh, well, if that happens, like we assume council will fix it, is not like the best answer. And so to be responsive to that concern, given the possibility that there could be some houses that exceed 4,000 square feet that could be consumed in a fire, I think giving some additional flexibility on the nonconformity made sense to me. Clearly, it's not an amendment that I've thought very much about before the last 2 hours, but I have gone back and forth with Mr. Parker, the city attorney, and Councilor Cruz. And this seems to me to be an example of like being, my suggestion is we try to be nimble and be responsive to this feedback and build in some additional flexibility on the nonconformity, given that it seemed to be something that some segment of the community was really concerned about.
I think, sorry, Mayor, may I? Thank you. I think totally respectfully, but I genuinely mean no offense, but if you can afford that large of a house, and then you can, like, even with great insurance, you can afford to rebuild that big of a house, you also probably have the resources to make that 18-month deadline. So I don't actually feel, and additionally, if not, and that means that it's slightly smaller or that you have to apply for an exemption and work with the city or whatever, I definitely don't want to see the world where then our largest houses are the ones that are coming back with the least sustainability measures. Like, that does not track for me. So anyway, I don't have to, make this dead horse drink water, but I will be a no vote, respectfully.
Counselor Sinks and then Counselor Ryan.
Thank you, and it's pretty amazing the nimbleness that you showed to draft this and get this to us, and that's awesome. I might just make one quick comment to the public. Try to get us those things ahead of time because then we would have more time to work through it. I have some constituents that have emailed me things, and tomorrow councilors will get something like that. So don't always think that we can be as nimble, even though, Councilor Lowe is quite good at that. So I'm going to be a yes. I think, why not?
Counselor Ryan, then Counselor Furman.
I was just curious, is one of your concerns that, so God forbid some natural disaster happens and then the owner actually sells to someone else and that they then are able to take advantage of that non-conforming piece as opposed to the original owner? And if that's the case, could staff look at the language that's been proposed and think, how would we add some language to say that it's the owner that prior to the natural disaster or fire would have that right, as opposed to any person would have that right?
If I may clarify, so my concern, yes, that is one thing that happened in Superior and Louisville. The other thing that happened is actually the majority of affordable rentals in Old Superior that were in the Sagamore development, those burnt. So those people were permanently displaced because they're renters. And then because the original owners, so even if you did that, the original owners were renting things, which is 40% of all of the housing in Lakewood, right, are rented, which means even if you corrected for the original owner is the developer or the landlord or the, right? So we ended up with essentially a for-profit developer acquiring a lot of this land and using the relaxed codes of that were happening in sort of this similar part of their zoning code and building like below modern standard rental units again. And they were less greenhouse gas efficient than they would have been. Their safety zoning codes weren't as good. There's some like accessibility codes that had been updated in the International Building Code, electric vehicle readiness, even like grid resiliency issues that all are now like problems in these places in Superior. And it didn't actually allow for the people who had lived there to come back because they were rentals in the first place. Additionally, a lot of the folks who did end up building, like I said, they had many of them felt that they had just been the survivors of a climate disaster. So they opted for those good greenhouse gas standards anyway, and those good efficiency standards anyway, because it made more sense to them and helped them feel more safe, like they are a part of the solution to something bad that happened to them. So I did a lot of community organizing on that in that moment. I happened to be working at the League of Conservation Voters, and was able to like help people navigate the city council processes to work on it. And the majority of the people who were trying to stay in Superior or in Louisville actually were, and they started it, to be clear. It was Facebook groups my parents were in, and I was like, well, I just have these skills, so I'm gonna come help you all. I did not invent the agenda. I did not push the agenda. They were self-organizing, and they were calling for those codes to not be relaxed. They were people were viscerally upset about the idea that the environmental standards and the safety standards and the fire standards would actually all be worse on these new builds, whether they owned there or not. So I think my concern is both for, if you have something that exceeds that amount of square feet, I think you probably have the resources to navigate the system, to get those permits and to start building again in 18 months. And that is tough still and heartbreaking no matter how much money you have. I'm not trying to say that at all. I just mean, I think that the people who will have the potential to be negatively impacted by this amendment are the more vulnerable among us. And I think that if the real concern is on the larger homes, again, I think that it is more unlikely to me that person wouldn't have what they need to navigate it effectively, quickly. And then the people who will still end up being in that code are people who can't afford it anyway. So to me, it doesn't offer any real aid. It's kind of just a handoff to one random comment that we got from one person, but isn't actually solving for a problem that, in my very real and recent lived experience working in a community impacted by what allegedly this amendment is for, this would not have been a way that they would have wanted that solved.
Yeah, I really appreciate your insight, and you raised some excellent points. And I think some of your points, maybe not everything, can be addressed if we address, the previous owner would be the one that would have that ability to continue to rebuild in such a way. And then with respect to, the other better resiliency and things, I think those are all building code issues that could be addressed in the building code. They're not addressed in the zoning, right? So I think we could address some of, maybe not everything. And I really appreciate Councilor Cruz and Councilor K. Cruz and Councilor Lowe's nimbleness, so to speak, to address what I think the one public comment I think resonated with a number of us and should be addressed. With that said, did I stall long enough?
Director Parker and I have been discussing, so the concept of non-conforming use is applicable to a property. It's not applicable to the owner. So if we were to do what you're asking, we need to go back and modify what non-conforming means and attach it to an owner rather than to the property itself.
All right, I see the problem. Well, I guess I like this better than not. Yeah.
Councilor Lowe, did you have a response?
I think I understand most of what you said, Councilor Meyer. I'm honestly not sure I understand everything you said. It just seems to me that in this sort of this edge case, and I understand it you've got the lived experience where it was not sort of a hypothetical, it's very real. It just feels to me like, look, we're doing a lot of good stuff in this code. There's a lot of, the broader picture is all the things you're talking about, making the code more sustainable and more green and less carbon intensive and more equitable and everything else. Like, that is a citywide code that we're putting in place. It's a huge undertaking, clearly. The objection was raised of what about hardships that might be incurred for this case of someone who loses their house in a terrible tragedy. I just think in basic fairness, even for someone that maybe is a little bit more affluent, if they want to rebuild, it's already this way. It's just that they have to do it in 18. They already can rebuild it in a nonconformity. It's just they have to do it in 18 months. The worry was, might that be, given the realities of insurance, might it take longer than that? We're trying to address that. I just very bluntly, I care so much about this proposal overall. I would like to be able to assure the community that if there's a wildfire or their home burns to the ground, they can build their home back the way it was and they don't have to race some sort of clock to do it in 18 months. That's why I think this is a good amendment to do. I don't think it's a do or die issue. I would respectfully suggest we call the question soon, given the lateness of the hour, and frankly the fact that I really do want to get to the request for council action that two councilors have pending tonight. But that would be my argument.
Sorry, so to be clear, what I'm talking about is exactly this thing where it's not about the owner, it's about the land. So, in the example of Superior, a bunch of rentals burnt down and a bunch of people who'd lived there forever who like owned their single family homes or their duplexes. A lot of those people sold their land to the developers of like the new part of Superior. So that 2 years would give time for an outside developer to come in, buy the land, and then develop it without these new code standards. And that is what I'm saying happened. And that is why I feel so strongly that this is actually like deeply negative and not, like I understand the intent is incredibly good-hearted and supportive of people in a time of need. But in that time of need, this kind of thing was a real problem for the people who now live in Lakewood and the people who were trying to, or who now live in Superior and the people who are trying to stay there. It was an issue because it changed the way that that land could be developed with less good standards.
I'm going to call the question. Can we just vote on this?
We're going to vote on calling the question first.
Do we vote on calling the question? Okay. We didn't earlier, but. All right, let's go ahead and please cast your vote for calling the question.
Sorry, we have a technical, the chords hit no and I wanted to be yes.
Oh.
Sure.
Here, we'll just clear it out. Everybody, please vote again. All right, that is 11 yeses and 0 nos. So we will go ahead and now vote on the amendment. Do we need to read that in one more time?
It's always helpful to read that in, basically to state the question.
Councilor, will you please reread your amendment?
Yes, and just to be clear, it's already 18 months, and this just sets it to 2 years with the hardship exemption for 1 year base. So we're talking about a 6-month distinction. So the relevant question is, in section 1, and provided that a permit authorizing such repairs, restoration, or reconstruction is issued within 2 years, not 18 months, of the date of such damage, and in cases of hardship, the director shall have discretion to extend this period for an additional year. And then section 2, a non-conforming accessory building or structure that is damaged or destroyed by fire and any other natural disaster may be restored in accordance with 17.12.1.3. In such case, the accessory building or structure may be reestablished to the extent that existed before the time of damage and within the pre-existing structure boundaries, providing that the repairs or rebuilding do not increase the degree of nonconformity, and provided that a permit authorizing such repairs, restoration, or reconstruction is issued within 2 years of the date of such damage. And in cases of hardship, the director shall have discretion to extend this period for an additional year.
Please cast your vote. That passes 9 yeses, 2 nos, the nos being Councilor Isabel Cruz and Councilor Mayo Guerrero. Any other amendments on Article 12? Article 13. Mayor Pro Tem Sharazai.
Yes, 13-2 for your page number. And I'm looking at item 17.13.2.2B1. This is talking about exceptions to the EDM applicability. And we did make a change, I believe, in this process, or it may have been when we updated the EDM, that allowed for an exemption for affordable housing. I am looking at how we define affordable housing for the purpose of this document. We're referring to the municipal code, And the municipal code's affordable housing definition goes all the way to 120%. And I feel for an exemption, I would like to advocate that we drop that to 80% as the floor or as the ceiling for that. It feels like a big thing to get the exemption from the EDM for affordability, and 120% doesn't quite feel like affordability.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor in the second. First hand up, Counselor Lowe.
Thanks, Councilor Sherzai. In past discussions, we defaulted to the Prop 123 standard, which is 60% AMI for rental, 100% AMI for ownership. Can I suggest that as a better standard, just because the distinction for sale versus rental seems to be really significant?
I would accept that just for consistency. One question though for staff is just how does that get defined? Would we have to define it here as opposed to referring it to the definitions? Because it does feel a little, I'm sure affordable housing is used in other parts of this code, and so I'm wondering if it needs to just be defined here.
Well, actually, this problem that you're defining exists in other parts of the code. We were anticipating a later correction to 150220 and the definition of affordable housing elsewhere in the municipal code, because we have other places where we had reference affordable housing in this code, and I think the intent is the 60 and 100. So
pause on this amendment, perhaps.
I think we were anticipating you all updating 150220.
So we would be defining it in the next chapter's amendments. Okay, so stay tuned. I think then I would withdraw that. Let's just fix the definition then in chapter 14. Okay. Are you okay to withdraw your second?
Yes.
Any others? We're on 13. Any others in 13? Amendments in Article 14. Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai.
I would like to amend then the definition of affordable housing to mirror what we're talking about in Prop 123, to mirror those definitions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor in the second. Do we have any questions or comments? Seeing none, please cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses and 0 noes. And next amendment, Mayor Pro Tem Sherzai.
Yes, I would like to request consideration to amend religious institutions, which it's alphabetized for you, but adding to the end of the disallowances, inclusion of school, vocational, or trade, and as well as university/college to follow after school, public or private.
Second.
Correct, the last sentence. So the last sentence would read, this use does not include a school associated with a religious institution which is included in school, public or private, school, vocational or trade, university or college.
Any questions? Counselor Lowe?
Can I just, so for a hypothetical institution that is a religious institution that is offering a school, what would be the actual practical effect of doing this? I don't have a dog in this fight, but I guess I just feel compelled to ask, like, what would this mean in practice?
I think if we were coming back with something that was defining use on religious institution, this would help clarify that in the future, because it would be a disallowance for school, university, college, any of those natures to be pulled into this religious institution definition, because it's a disallowance.
But it wouldn't necessarily prevent a religious institution from doing school-related activities.
I don't see how it would, no.
okay.
How legal? Does that feel like that's landing like that as well for you and how it's being defined?
I think it's complicated. I think that there are a lot of churches that incorporate within their church an educational component. For example, Catholic churches often have a Catholic school attached. The buildings are attached, the church and the school are attached, or the school is run out of the basement. And I'm not exactly sure how we draw those lines. So off the cuff, if you're wanting to make the amendment, we'll make the amendment, but we might have to go back and look at that one in more detail to figure out how we meet your goal, and at the same time recognize the fact that a lot of churches run schools within the actual church building.
Right. But I think that how I'm understanding this is it doesn't. Yeah, I do understand what you're saying. I think what we're trying to do is uncouple being able to recognize a religious institution also being able to recognize itself, let's say, as a vocational or as a university or college in our community. And so is there a thought from legal then that this perhaps isn't the best path to do that?
I think that I need a little time to think about it when it's not midnight.
Okay. We're going to love our next conversation then.
I think that there's always a way to get where we need to get to. It's just you've asked me, and I'm telling you that I have some concerns, not based on trade schools or universities, but just the fact that schools are so often run out of actual religious organizations.
Mm-hmm. I think without having a better legal understanding right now, then I would withdraw this.
Just a point of information. So my understanding from the existing religious institution definition is this use already does not include a school associated with the religious institution, which is included in school, public or private. So what we're doing is just expanding the types of schools. There's already a precedent for school-related use, so that concern should be mitigated, or maybe I'm misinterpreting something, but I think that's an important point of information for this.
Right. We're just trying to expand that list.
It's like not adding school.
Point of information. That makes sense to me now.
Okay. We have a vote. I'm not going to remove my motion then. We have a second, so if people want to discuss, or we could just vote.
Call for the question.
No, then we have to vote again.
I withdraw that.
I like it. All right, I have no other hands up. Oh, and you guys are all in a rush to vote. All right. All right, that passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. All right, we are on 14. Do we have another amendment on Article 14? Councilor Ken Cruz.
Last one for me tonight. This is to amend the definition of dwelling residential in Article 14. And it is just plugging in duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes, and just expands the definition to clearly include a range of housing types and provide clarity for residents.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do we have any questions or conversation? Councilor Matt Guerrero.
Given that I don't see a red line, but I know that the Article 13 like changed all the numbers. This seems to make it so that dwelling, like a dwelling residential, does not count mobile homes, which I had not really noticed before, and that therefore dwelling unit temporary are the only things that have the manufactured homes. And I recognize that there's like the pallet home use and tiny homes, but those aren't typically temporary when they're like in a park. So can you just talk to me about that a little bit so that this is all that needs to be added rather than maybe needing to add more?
Yeah, and in the proposed code, we basically have dwelling unit and temporary dwelling unit, and the distinction is a permanent foundation. So something on wheels or a pallet shelter that's movable is a temporary.
Great, and like tiny homes, et cetera.
And tiny homes.
Yeah, which I know we had.
A tiny home could be built on a permanent foundation, but generally, yeah.
Right, okay. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Counselor Furman.
This is going to seem like a tangential question, but this is for Mr. Parker, or frankly, Mr. Rice. Is there a reason that our definition of dwelling, because I know normally the code's definitions serve a different purpose, but in the code, the definition captures the piece about it being a single unit complete with all the facilities for living. So basically eating, sleeping. Is there a reason that the zoning doesn't include the aspects of defining a dwelling unit as something that has the facilities for living? And the reason I ask this is because it seems to define the whole unit versus a building.
Because we're no longer defining single units. We now have residential as a broader category, and so we're defining residential dwelling outside of unit distinctions.
Okay. All right. Well, that was actually where you kind of jumped ahead where I was going, but okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, seeing no additional hands up, well, please go ahead and cast your vote. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. Any other amendments to bring forward this evening? Seeing no hands up, we have no more amendments this evening. And so at this point, then we would move forward to vote on this as amended. Does council feel ready to vote on that this evening? Okay. Do we need to reread anything in the record, or we're just saying as amended?
As amended is fine.
Okay. Yeah. I was just looking for the ordinance number to state it for the record. 27. Okay, thank you, everybody. So at this point, let's go ahead and move forward with voting on ordinance 2025-27 as amended. All right, and that passes 8 yeses and 3 nos, the nos being LeBure, Ryan, and Nystrom. Okay, well, this is the point in the evening where we have a second portion of public comment. If you guys will let me finish. We do also have one other item on our agenda this evening as a request for council action, and it is just after midnight, so this is our next step for a council check-in to decide if we want to continue the meeting. So I'm looking to everybody. How do we feel? I see some nods. I see thumbs up. All right. Everybody appears to, for the next hour, be good to go. Councilor Sinks, you have a question?
I wonder if it would be appropriate to ask that anyone at this hour that wants to make general public comment, if they could put it in Lakewood Speaks.
Truth of the fact is, I don't know that we have many of our speakers here left. So we can go through the list and kind of see, for anyone that is here, that is also an option. You can go directly to lakewoodspeaks.org to submit a comment. But let's see who's here and who would like to do that. Page 1, let's see, I have. Maybe an Owen Darnell. Kyle Kingston. Sean Haggerty is not here. Anita Springsteen is not here. David Rothenberger? Yes. All right, David Rothenberger. The floor is yours. And then let's see who we've got after you. Chris Cook? Chris Tenario? Patrick D. Victoria Griffith. All right, go ahead. We'll get your time started.
Okay, my name is David Rothenberger, and I live in Ward 1 at 13th and Garrison. My biggest complaint is we have a crime problem big time in North Lakewood. I just was there. We've got drugs. I had to call a drug deal. There was a drug deal going on, and there were cops there an hour before. An hour later, they were doing drugs at the same location. We've got graffiti all over the place. I went by 250 pieces of graffiti with at least 200 of it on Lakewood City property that they are not managing, period. I mean, one section has about 120 pieces of graffiti on it. We've got that, and then we've just got general, crime that's going on. Right now they've moved. They've had a big drug deal. I could go there for the last 2.5 years. There's been drug deals every single day. There's been up to 35 people. Lakewood finally just put in 2 cameras in the locations, and now they moved to the other side of the road. So, and that's just been going on in North Lakewood. We've got graffiti everywhere, but we do have some good things that are going on. We've got a couple beaver that are moved in, and with the beaver moving in, they've actually flooded the tunnel, so therefore the homeless can't be in the tunnel anymore. Granted, you've got about this much of water in the tunnel, but we've got that going on. And we've just got the homeless populations all over the bike trails. Today there was one camp at Marshall, and there were 7 tents set up just west of Mount Air Park. It's just getting ridiculous, the amount of crime and amount of homelessness that we have in the city of Lakewood. If we really want a place to put them, why don't we use the parking lot over here next to the police station, and if we're gonna have a permanent camping spot, we can put it there, because right now, the code says only Bear Creek Lake Park can be for camping. But we're seeing it all over the park, and I haven't seen any letters from the director that they can be camping in anywhere in the city. So that's kind of where I'm at. It's just getting frustrating seeing graffiti every single day. I don't care where I did. You reported on Lakewood Speaks, it's still there. 3 months, 4 months, 5 months later, it still hasn't been cleaned up. You can go an entire section, there's weeds all over the park, all over the bike trail too. We've got weeds up to 10 feet tall in sections that they haven't been taken care of. So it's just a lack of looking at Lakewood, and we're basically going into a blight situation that the city is causing. It's not the people, but it's the city that's causing the blight. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Autumn Murray? Jessica Shimkin? Ian Hawthorne? Let's do this the other way around. If you have signed up and you have not spoken and you would like to, oh, Mr. Bruce, I don't see you on here though.
Mayor, I have a list with
Okay.
Mr. Bruce on it.
Perfect, all right. Bradley Bruce, you're first.
You guys guess what I'm going to talk about? Hi, my name is Brad Bruce. I live in Ward 2. I'm here to ask the City Council for 3 things this evening. Point 1, I'll be brief on. I'm incredibly supportive of the council request that Councilors I. Cruz and Sherazai have authored, and I implore you all to vote in favor of that request with no amendments. Second, I'd like this council to censure both Senators Bennett and Hickenlooper for voting against a bill introduced by Senator Bernie Sanders on July 29th to block a $700 million shipment of bombs and assault rifles to Israel. Israel is committing a genocide, and they're doing it while getting 70% of their weapons directly from the United States. I want better roads, schools, and health care for the people in Lakewood. I do not want my tax dollars to go to genocide, and I'm sick of the representatives of the 5th largest city in the state pretending like we have no ability to reel in our monstrous federal representatives. Do you genuinely believe that the best use of $700 million of tax dollars is on weapons to commit genocide and not on fixing our failing infrastructure here in Colorado? Finally, I'm here to ask the City Council to pass a ceasefire resolution in Palestine. You may have noticed that I haven't asked you to pass a ceasefire resolution in a few months. That's because I naively believed that you all when you told me that the City Council would not weigh in on international issues. Yesterday, Councilor Lowe proved that to be an outright lie when he posted on his official councilor Facebook account that, quote, he had the honor of representing Lakewood at the Colorado Ukrainian Festival, and that Lakewood stands with Ukraine. That is a statement I personally agree with, but the City Council cannot simultaneously hold the position that international issues are not to be commented on and that Lakewood stands with Ukraine and its defense against an occupying army. Do you know who else is also trying to defend their sovereign territory from a foreign occupation? Palestine. If the City Council is capable of commenting on a defensive American-funded war in Eastern Europe, then surely you are capable of commenting on American-funded genocide in Western Asia. The way I see it, there are two things that could happen right now that Lakewood officially stands with Ukraine. Either Lakewood can stand with Ukraine and Palestine, or Councilor Lowe has overstepped his authority when speaking on international issues in his official capacity. If the latter is true, then I would encourage this council to censure Councilor Lowe for stating that Lakewood stands with Ukraine. Let me be clear, I do not want that to happen. I just want this council to also stand with Palestine. But I am very unfortunate. I'm just sick of the cowardly, feckless, hypocritical nonsense to end, and I want this council to stand with Palestine in their fight against the genocidal Israeli government. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do you have more? Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out. For those of you that are still here, we'll go ahead now and hand the floor over to Councilor Cruz or Mayor Pro Tem Sherazai to introduce our next topic.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Clearly, it's been a couple of weeks that we've had a packed house asking for some sort of response and some sort of oversight, some sort of commitment from the City Council in response to the tragedy around Jax Greton's death. There have been times in my experience here on City Council that I have been made to feel unsafe, and I have known that the police have been committed to ensuring and increasing my sense of security and my house's sense of security. And I also know that we have a police department that has signaled with things that the chief has said and some of the commitments that have been made that they have a willingness to do better when they know that that opportunity exists. And I know that there are people in our community who don't always feel safe. And so Councilor I. Cruz and I came together and had an opportunity to talk with community members to help inform this process. We co-sponsored what you see before you today as a jumping off point. We understand that there are a lot of legal considerations that we will likely need to have a different conversation about to help inform how we move forward. But we wanted the community to see that there was an understanding of what they were asking for. That's not to say this is where this is, cut in stone at this point. It's just a place for us to start, so there is some focus on where we're going. We've heard from all of you that there's a shared commitment in finding some sort of solution on this. And so I hope that you all will join us in supporting this. And I also want to just make sure, and I know I'm speaking to a relatively empty room right now, but we do want to sort of right-size expectations on this. This is a conversation that is helping to put some sort of positive meaning on such a tragic incident that happened in our community. And it's also working to create systemic change, and that's going to take a lot more than just a conversation here tonight. And so I hope that this is one of many conversations, and I hope that you'll join us in supporting this.
Councilor Cruz.
Wrong button. Thank you to the Mayor Pro Tem for framing this very thoughtfully, and appreciate the partnership on this, and appreciate all of the conversations we've had and that we've had with staff up to this point, and know that this is just the beginning of those conversations, and move forward to show the community we're hearing you, we see what you ask for, and we're moving this forward with diligence. And so I think that this process is being watched by people across our metro area, people across our state. This is something I am often getting asked about. And I think also we have an opportunity as a city, in the light of the discourse around how not all members of our community feel safe in this goal of public safety, to meet that head on, rather than shying away from it, and looking at accountability and trust and truth as a path forward together, rather than one that is splitting us apart or pitting us against each other. And so that is the spirit in which I have worked on this. That is the spirit in which I look forward to the next steps of working diligently with council, with staff, our police department, and the community members who are asking for this step forward to ensure that we're building trust with marginalized communities, particularly our LGBTQ communities, and thinking about that more broadly as a committee could continue to do their work, and really promoting public safety and justice for all. And I know that the Mayor Pro Tem spoke to this a little bit, but just want to really emphasize that this is a foundational step towards building, towards the opportunity to build an inclusive community, and also the ordinance that will create this, right? This is a request for action to allow us to spend the time that we need to develop something thoughtful, with the outline of what we've talked about as things that are on the table, and that I'm excited to push forward, and will be engaging with all of you to talk through. And so I did just want to end my introduction of this with a quote from Marsha P. Johnson that has been sticking with me through this time. If you don't know who Marsha P. Johnson is, she is one of the amazing drag queens, was the word she used for herself, who started the Stonewall riot that has led to Pride, right, as we understand it today. And she said, "You never completely have your rights as one person until you all have your rights." And that is what public safety is. We are not safe until all of us are safe, until we can have all of these conversations together with a sense of shared trust and accountability. And so it is with that I am excited to move this process forward and continue to show our community that we're hearing them and pushing this forward together with unity.
Okay, and with that, I have my first question, Councilor Mayotte Guerrero.
I don't have a question. I just want to applaud and commend my colleagues' leadership on this. I too have absolutely benefited from our police force when I am being threatened. And so I think that we can all recognize that this is an effort to bring forward more communication and collaboration in this space. And I think that it will still feel slow, because that is the way that these things work, and that is okay, because it is better to start walking down a path. And I also really want to thank and commend the community for their amazing persistence in a time of deep grief and panic and anxiety, for a lot of the folks either who were really interpersonally or just more broadly shook. And I think that I just want to sort of uplift Councilor Cruz's point and Mayor Pro Tem Chair Zai's point that this is the first part of that conversation. And so I would just recognize that there's a lot of work to do before we really like nail down exactly what this gets to look like, but that this is an incredible place to start. It has a lot of the best practices that are recommended by like the ACLU as components of how to create these spaces and other types of LGBTQ specific policy groups. And so this is just, I think, a very thoughtful framework to go from to begin with. So thank you both so much for your work and your leadership.
Councillor Lowe.
Hours late. I've spoken on this a couple times. I just want to say thank you very much. I would second that. Thank you, Councillor Sherzai. Thank you, Councillor Cruz. I think this is a really thoughtfully drafted proposal. I do appreciate the way the community has shown up repeatedly and is pushing us on this. And I think it's been a really hard issue. It's a tough issue. It's a very emotional issue. It's certainly one that I think is emotional for a lot of us. And clearly for a lot of folks in the community that are coming and talking about this, but I think this is a thoughtful proposal, and I'm really looking forward to advancing this. I would echo what the councilors that teed this up have already said. It's obviously going to be important that this is implemented in a way that like works and is feasible and advances real change, right? And to doing that is going to have to be done in a, yes, we need an independent oversight board. We've heard that repeatedly, and I agree with that, and this proposal advances that. And it's still early in the process because we've got to now assign, in case anyone hasn't noticed, we don't have our own staff that work for us, which means that we are very much reliant on the expertise of the folks that work for the city. And the next step is to get information from the city attorney's office and from our staff about how this can actually be implemented. And I'm looking forward to getting those details. And I think that we need to do this in a way that is workable and collaborative. And I'm really looking forward to seeing this move forward because I do think it's important. So thank you for bringing it.
Councillor Ryan.
I'm also very, very interested in seeing what comes before us ultimately. As many have already said, this is just the beginning. So the devil's in the details, as they say, as to what the role of this body is ultimately and how that moves forward. One of the other councilors sometime tonight talked about right-sizing expectations, and I would just mention out loud that one of those expectations, to the extent folks are thinking about a subpoena power, this body, the city council, does not have the authority to subpoena people. I'm not sure the city manager, I don't know. I don't think the city manager has the power to subpoena folks. So the thought that this body could convey that tremendous power onto another body, I think that's a question that I look forward to hearing from legal. But to right size our expectations, I'm a little skeptical as to whether that can be done. But I'm looking forward to seeing what does come forward. I just want to let our community know when we're thinking about expectations to just keep that in mind, that that's an open question. It's not whether or not we want to provide that subpoena power. It's also a question of whether we can.
All right, I have no other hands up before I move on. Do we have any other hands up? Wow. All right, that's what happens at almost 12:30 at night. So Councilor Ryan brought forward the idea subpoena. We need to know more. There's a lot of legal complexities about that particular topic. And so, in consulting with staff on how best to move forward on our next steps with this very noble work. Thank you, both of you, for bringing it forward. We do need to schedule an executive session in order to have a conversation around the legal implications of subpoenaing, and if that is possible to include with this type of body. So, Ms. Hodson, would you have a suggestion on when that date would be?
Yes, thank you. We can do it as early as September 8th. That's 2 weeks from today. We have our regular meeting scheduled at 7, so we could do it at 6. Does that work?
What's one more hour of this?
or we could do it at the end at midnight if you want. No, I'm kidding. September 8th at 6. Does that work? Okay, we'll schedule it.
Okay. And I believe with that, we will need signatures.
You can do a motion
Okay, let's go ahead.
tonight.
Yeah,
and
let's go
skip
ahead
the
and.
signatures.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I move to call an executive session on September 8th to discuss legal matters at 6 p.m.
Second.
Do I need to define that more?
No, you're not calling an executive
Okay.
session, you're calling a special meeting.
Special meeting.
Do I need to
To
read?
have-
Yeah, so.
Mayor, I move to call for a special meeting on September 8th at 6 p.m.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Any conversation before we vote? All right, and seeing no hands up, go ahead and please cast your votes. That passes 11 yeses and 0 nos. So my thought is, being the hour of the evening that it is, I would give council the option, if anyone would like to give a ward report, you may raise your hand at this time, but I am not going to call on each individual ward, each individual person.
Sorry, as a point of order, I don't think we voted on the first motion about the request for council action.
You're right. Thank you. Okay, so we need to do we did special meeting, now we need to do request for council action. Good catch. We did have a motion and a second,
Right?
right?
I actually don't think we did.
No?
For the special meeting?
No, just for the
the
request for
motion.
council action.
Oh, I have it. Wait, I have it.
Okay, we have it over here.
Okay. No, wait, I only have the other one. No.
Now we know why we have 11 PM check-in.
All right. Okay. I move this request for action to direct the city manager and city attorney to work with council representatives, the police department and staff to move forward the process to establish an oversight committee with the guidelines in this document as a starting point for the conversation.
Second.
I got that.
Are we posting that in the Denver Post?
No.
Just kidding.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Do I have any conversation? Okay, seeing none, please cast your vote. This is for the request for council action itself. That passes 11 yeses, 0 nos. We don't need to redo the second vote, do we? Okay, thank you. All right, so back to what I was saying. Do we have any counselors that do want to do a report at this time? Nope. Okay. All right. Well, I am going to say just a couple of comments about what to expect coming forward as we move through the zoning process. So our next regular business meeting, also September 8th, will begin at 7 p.m. To this point, we will pick up second hearing for Articles 1, 2, 4, and 5. So for anybody that is interested in those articles, you can come back on September 8th and or feel free to submit any comments on lakewoodspeaks.org. One thing you may have noticed, you might have heard a particular counselor, that might have been Counselor Lowe earlier tonight, make a mention that he wasn't feeling like we had a lot of time to talk about some of these amendments. Oh yeah, because it was the in case of emergency disaster conversation. So I say that for community members. If you have a suggestion for the zoning code, I would encourage you to get those to your counselors in advance. If it is for section 1, 2, 4, and 5, that would be applicable for September 8th. If it relates to section 3, that would be applicable for the next regular business meeting. And these counselors have been doing an amazing job of doing a lot of research, talking to staff, asking questions, talking to each other, obviously all within the legal limits as allowed, but so that we can come forward to you all and we're being as transparent as we can with each other in addition to the community. So I would definitely encourage anybody, if you have specific suggestions, to bring them forward. You don't have to wait till public comment. We are here. Our emails are on the website every single day. So please reach out. And with that, I see no further business. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting at 12:31 a.m.
Many times of pride, we used to be so happy when we were in love, high on a mountain of love. Night after night, I've been standing here alone, weeping my heart out till cold gray dawn, praying that you're lonely and you come here too, hoping just by chance that I get a glimpse of you, trying hard to find you somewhere, love, high on a mountain of love. Mountain of love, a mountain of love, you should be ashamed. We used to be a mountain of love, but you just changed your name. Way down below there's 500,000 people, somewhere there's a church with a big tall steeple. Inside a church there's an altar filled with flowers, wedding bells are ringing and there should have been hours. That's why I'm so lonely, our dreams gone above, high on a mountain of love.